My name is Rebecca Collins, and I've been coordinating search and rescue operations in the Olympic National Forest for 11 years. It's demanding work that requires clear thinking under pressure, attention to detail, and the ability to manage multiple teams across difficult terrain. You learn to stay calm when families are falling apart, to make decisions based on probabilities rather than hope, and to accept that not every search ends the way people want it to. But there's one case from the summer of 2022 that still doesn't sit right with me. Not because we didn't find the missing person, we did, but because of how we found her, and more importantly, because of how she acted after we brought her back. The call came in on a Thursday morning in late July. A 23-year-old graduate student named Emma Torres had failed to return from a solo geology field trip in the Hoh River watershed. She'd been conducting research on glacial sediment deposits for her master's thesis at the University of Washington, and her faculty advisor expected her back by Wednesday evening. When she didn't show up and didn't answer her phone, he contacted the sheriff's department. Emma's car was found at the Hoh River trailhead, a red Honda Civic with Washington plates, parked legally in the day-use area. Her camping permit was properly filed for 3 days, with plans to study rock formations along the upper Hoh River corridor. According to her research proposal, she was focusing on a specific outcrop about 8 miles upstream from the trailhead. I met with her advisor, Dr. Brennan, at the ranger station Thursday afternoon. He was worried, but trying to stay professional about it. Emma was an experienced hiker and competent researcher, he said. She'd done fieldwork in remote areas before, always followed safety protocols, always checked in when she was supposed to. This wasn't like her. We organized the initial search for Friday morning. 2 teams of 4, one following the main Hoh River trail toward her research site, the other checking the network of side trails and old logging roads in the area. Standard protocol for a missing hiker who'd left a clear itinerary. The weather was good, clear skies, mild temperatures, excellent visibility, perfect conditions for a search operation. The Hoh River Trail is well maintained and clearly marked, following an old roadbed for most of its length. If Emma had gotten into trouble on the main route, we should have found signs of her quickly. But we didn't find anything that first day. No gear, no footprints, no indication that she'd passed beyond the 3-mile marker. The research site she'd planned to visit was undisturbed. No evidence that anyone had been working there recently. It was like she'd disappeared somewhere between the parking area and her intended destination. Friday evening, I expanded the search parameters, brought in additional personnel, requested helicopter support, contacted the county sheriff for tracking dogs. Emma had now been missing for at least 48 hours, possibly longer. The window for a successful rescue was narrow. Saturday's search covered a much wider area. We had teams checking every tributary, every game trail, every possible route she might have taken if she'd gotten disoriented or decided to change her research plans. The helicopter covered the high country above the river corridor, looking for any sign of a person or campsite. The tracking dogs arrived Saturday afternoon. 2 German Shepherds with their handler from the county sheriff's department. We started them at Emma's car, hoping they could pick up her scent and follow her actual route. But the dogs seemed confused, circling the parking area without finding a clear trail to follow. Eventually, they led us about 50 yards into the forest before losing the scent entirely. That concerned me more than I led on to the other searchers. Experienced tracking dogs don't usually lose a scent that quickly, unless something has disrupted the trail. Rain, heavy foot traffic, or certain atmospheric conditions can affect scent tracking, but we hadn't had any of those factors. By Saturday evening, we'd covered every reasonable search area within a 10-mile radius of the trailhead. No sign of Emma, no indication of where she might have gone, or what might have happened to her. I was starting to prepare for the possibility that this would become a recovery operation rather than a rescue. Sunday morning, I brought in a specialized high-angle rescue team to check the cliff areas and steep ravines where someone might have fallen and become trapped. The Hoh River watershed has plenty of places where a hiker could get into serious trouble. Loose rock, sudden drop-offs, areas where the river undercuts the banks and creates unstable terrain. We also expanded the search to include areas outside Emma's stated research plans. Sometimes people change their minds about where they want to go, especially researchers, who might discover something interesting that takes them off their original route. I had teams checking every geological formation in the broader area that might have attracted her attention. By Sunday afternoon, we'd been searching for 3 full days with no results. I was facing the decision of whether to scale back the operation or request additional resources for a longer-term search. Emma's family had driven over from Seattle and were asking questions I couldn't answer about our chances of finding her alive. That's when Ranger Martinez radioed me from the visitor center. Emma Torres was sitting in the lobby, asking to speak with whoever was in charge of the search operation. I drove back to the station as quickly as I safely could. Emma was indeed sitting in the visitor center lobby, wearing the same clothes described in the missing person report: hiking boots, cargo pants, a green university t-shirt. She looked physically fine, a little tired maybe, but not injured or distressed. She stood up when I walked in and introduced herself politely. "I understand there's been some confusion about my whereabouts," she said. "I'm sorry if I caused any trouble, but I was never actually lost." I sat down with her in one of the conference rooms and went through the standard debriefing questions. Where had she been for the past 4 days? Why hadn't she returned to her car or contacted anyone? Did she need medical attention? Her answers were calm and consistent, but they didn't make sense. She said she'd completed her research work as planned and had been camping at various sites along the Ho River. She claimed she'd never been lost, never been in distress, never needed assistance. When I pointed out that our search teams had covered the entire area and found no trace of her, she seemed genuinely surprised. "I saw some of your people," she said. "I assumed they were just other hikers or researchers. I didn't realize anyone was looking for me specifically." I asked her to show me on a map where she'd been camping and working. She pointed to several locations along the main trail, all areas that we'd searched thoroughly. When I explained that we'd found no evidence of her presence at any of those sites, she looked confused but not defensive. "I don't know what to tell you," she said. That's where I was. What bothered me more than her story, though, was her behavior during the interview. She seemed calm and rational, answered all my questions without hesitation. But she kept glancing toward the windows that faced the forest. Quick, nervous looks, like she was checking to see if someone was watching from the trees. I asked her about it directly. Was she concerned about something in the forest? Did she feel like she was being followed or watched? "No," she said, but she glanced toward the window again as she said it. It's an adjustment. Being around people again after several days alone in the woods." I had her examined by the EMT, who was part of our search team. Physically, she was fine. No injuries, no signs of dehydration or exposure, no indication that she'd been struggling to survive in the wilderness. Her gear, when we retrieved it from her claimed campsite locations, was in good condition and properly organized, but there were inconsistencies that I couldn't ignore. Her food supplies were barely touched, despite her claim of having been out for 4 days. Her clothes were clean and showed no signs of extended outdoor wear. Most importantly, none of our searchers had seen any evidence of human presence at the locations where she claimed to have been camping. I called off the search operation and filed my report. But I kept thinking about those nervous glances toward the forest. Emma stayed in the area for another day, completing some paperwork and collecting her research materials from her car. Every time I saw her, she had that same distracted quality, like part of her attention was always focused on something else. The day before she left, I approached her at the trailhead where she was packing up her car. I wanted to ask her directly about what had happened during those missing days, away from the formal interview setting. "Emma," I said, "I've been doing search and rescue for 11 years. I've seen a lot of different situations, and I know when something doesn't add up. If there's anything you haven't told me about what happened out there, anything at all, I'd like to know." She stopped packing and looked at me for a long moment. For the first time since we'd found her, She seemed genuinely uncertain. I remember being out there, she said slowly. I remember doing my research, setting up camp, collecting samples. But when I try to think about the details, what I ate, where exactly I slept, what the weather was like, it's all vague. Like trying to remember a dream. Do you remember being lost or confused at any point? No, she said. But I also don't remember not being lost, if that makes sense. It's like those 4 days exist in my memory, but they're not connected to anything else. They don't feel real. She glanced toward the forest again, that same quick, nervous movement I'd noticed before. Is there something specific you're looking for in the trees? I asked. She was quiet for a moment, then shook her head. I keep feeling like someone's going to come out of there. Not someone dangerous, just someone I was supposed to meet, or someone who was supposed to follow me back. But I can't remember who or why I would think that. Emma left the next morning, driving back to Seattle to finish her graduate program. Her advisor called a few weeks later to thank me for the search effort and to let me know that Emma was doing well academically. She'd completed her thesis research and was preparing for her defense. But he also mentioned something that stuck with me. Emma had been having trouble sleeping since her return, and she'd asked to be transferred to a different research project, something that didn't require fieldwork in remote forest areas. When he asked her about it, she said she felt uncomfortable being alone in the wilderness, like she was forgetting something important or leaving someone behind. I never saw Emma again, but I think about her case regularly, especially when I'm coordinating searches in the Hoh River area. There's something about that particular watershed that feels different now, like it's holding on to secrets that it's not ready to give up. Over the following months, I went back to all the locations where Emma claimed to have been camping. I found no evidence that anyone had camped there recently, but I did notice something strange. In several spots, there were small clearings in the forest that weren't visible from the main trail. Natural openings in the canopy that created circles of sunlight on the forest floor. They were the kind of places someone might choose to set up camp, sheltered, private, with access to water and level ground. But there were no fire rings, no worn areas where tents had been pitched, no signs of human use, just empty clearings that felt like they were waiting for someone to return. I started checking those clearings during my regular patrols, telling myself I was just being thorough about monitoring the area. But really, I was looking for some sign that Emma had actually been there, some evidence that would make her story make sense. I never found anything. But sometimes, when I'm standing in one of those quiet clearings with the sunlight filtering down through the trees, I get the same feeling Emma described. Like I'm supposed to be meeting someone there, or like someone is supposed to follow me back to the main trail. And sometimes, when I turn to leave, I catch myself glancing back over my shoulder, expecting to see someone watching me from deeper in the forest. Someone who might have been waiting in those clearings long before Emma ever came to do her research, and who might still be waiting there now. I'm Janet Holloway, and I've been supervising trail maintenance in the Cascade Wilderness for 14 years. It's honest work keeping the paths clear, the bridges safe, the signage accurate. You spend enough time out there, you get to know the rhythm of the place, how people move through it, where they get turned around, what draws them deeper into the backcountry than they planned to go. But there's one afternoon from October of 2021 that still bothers me. Not because of what I saw, exactly, but because of what I felt watching it happen. The sense that I was witnessing something I couldn't stop, even though I didn't understand what it was until later. I was working the junction, where Oak Ridge Trail splits off from the main Cascade Loop. It's about 5 miles in from the trailhead, a popular spot where day hikers usually turn around and the more serious backpackers continue on toward the high country. The junction sits in a small clearing, surrounded by old-growth Douglas fir, with a wooden signpost and a couple of logs arranged as rest spots. It was a Tuesday, overcast and cool, with that heavy gray light you get in the mountains before the weather turns. I'd been there since morning, replacing some rotted planks on the footbridge that crosses Miller Creek just below the junction. Routine maintenance. but the kind of work that keeps people safe when the trail gets slippery. Around noon, I noticed a hiker coming down from the Oak Ridge direction. Solo male, maybe 45 or 50, wearing a red fleece jacket and a blue day pack. Nothing unusual about him at first glance, just another hiker making his way back toward the parking area. He moved with that steady, measured pace you see from people who know how to cover ground in the mountains. He passed the junction without stopping, heading down toward the main trail. I was focused on my work, so I didn't pay much attention. But about 20 minutes later, I saw him again, coming from the same direction, wearing the same red fleece and blue pack. That made me look up. The Oak Ridge Trail is an out-and-back route that ends at a viewpoint about 2 miles from the junction. Even if someone hiked fast, it would take at least an hour to reach the end and come back. But here was the same hiker, 20 minutes later, approaching the junction again. He walked past me without acknowledgement, just like before, heading down the main trail toward the parking area. His pace was the same, that steady mountain rhythm, but something about his posture seemed different. More rigid, maybe, less aware of his surroundings. I went back to my work, but I found myself glancing up the trail more often, wondering if I'd see him again. The whole situation felt off in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. Maybe he'd turned around quickly after reaching the viewpoint. Maybe he'd forgotten something and had to backtrack. There were reasonable explanations. But sure enough, about 30 minutes later, there he was again. Same red fleece, same blue pack, same steady pace, coming down from Oak Ridge. This time I stood up from my work and watched him more carefully. His face looked blank. Not tired or frustrated the way you'd expect from someone who was lost or confused. Just empty, like he was walking in his sleep with his eyes open. He approached the junction at exactly the same angle as before, passed the signpost at exactly the same distance, and continued down the main trail without varying his stride. I called out to him as he passed, "Excuse me, are you finding the trail okay?" He didn't respond, didn't even glance in my direction, just kept walking with that same mechanical pace, as if I hadn't spoken at all. That's when I started to feel genuinely unsettled. I've worked these trails long enough to recognize when someone's in distress. Heat exhaustion, altitude sickness, diabetic episodes, they all have their own signs, and you learn to spot them before they become emergencies. But this was different. The hiker looked physically fine, moved with confidence and purpose. But there was something fundamentally wrong with the whole picture. I packed up my tools and moved to where I had a better view of both trail approaches. If he came back a fourth time, I was going to do more than just call out to him. I'd physically intercept him if I had to, make sure he was okay, get him to respond to direct questions about his condition and intentions. The woods were quiet, except for the sound of Miller Creek running over the rocks below the bridge. A few ravens calling back and forth from the big firs. The kind of peaceful mountain afternoon that usually helps me think clearly about problems. But I felt agitated, like something was building toward a conclusion I wasn't going to like. 45 minutes later, he appeared again. This time, his pace was slightly different. Still steady, but faster, more urgent. And his posture had changed even more. His shoulders were hunched forward, his head tilted at an odd angle, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. I stepped directly into his path as he approached the junction. "Sir, I need you to stop for a minute. Are you feeling all right?" He walked straight toward me without slowing down. I had to step aside at the last second to avoid being knocked over. As he passed, I got a good look at his face. His eyes were open but unfocused, staring at something beyond the trail ahead of him. His mouth was slightly open, and I could hear him breathing in short, rapid puffs. "Sir," I called after him, "stop, I'm with the Forest Service." He didn't respond, just kept walking down the main trail with that same urgent, mechanical stride. I followed him for about 50 yards, calling out, but he never acknowledged my presence. Eventually, I lost sight of him around a bend in the trail. I hiked back to the junction and radioed the ranger station, told them I had a hiker who seemed to be in some kind of medical or psychological distress, possibly disoriented. last seen heading down the main Cascade Loop toward the parking area. They said they'd send someone to check the trailhead and ask me to continue my patrol in case he turned around again. But I didn't see him again that afternoon. I finished my work at the bridge and hiked out around 4:30, stopping at the ranger station to file a more detailed report about the incident. The ranger who'd gone to check the parking area said there was no sign of anyone matching the description I'd given. No red fleece jacket, no blue day pack, no solo hiker who seemed confused or disoriented. I drove home that evening feeling like I'd failed somehow, like I should have done more to help someone who was clearly in trouble. But what could I have done? Physically tackled a hiker who wasn't breaking any laws and wasn't asking for help? Called for a medical evacuation based on nothing more than a feeling that something was wrong? The next morning, I got a call from Ranger Coleman. A body had been found at the bottom of Eagle's Ledge, about 3 miles from where I'd been working. Solo male hiker, mid-40s, wearing a red fleece jacket and carrying a blue day pack. Eagle's Ledge is a granite cliff face that drops about 200 feet into a narrow canyon. There's no official trail that goes near the edge. You have to bushwhack through dense forest and scramble over loose rock to get close enough to fall. It's not the kind of place someone ends up by accident. The recovery team brought the body out that afternoon. I didn't see it myself, but Ranger Coleman filled me in on the basic details. No identification on the body, no obvious signs of foul play. The medical examiner estimated he'd been dead for 6 to 8 hours, which would put the time of death sometime the previous evening, after I'd last seen him on the trail. What bothered me wasn't the fact that he died. Tragic, but accidents happen in the wilderness, and sometimes people make fatal mistakes in judgment. What bothered me was the location. Eagle's Ledge is nowhere near the Cascade Loop or the Oak Ridge Trail. To get there from where I'd last seen him, he would have had to leave the maintained trail system, cross Miller Creek at an unmarked spot, and hike cross-country through difficult terrain for at least 2 miles. In fading daylight, without a map or GPS, that would be a dangerous and irrational thing to do, unless he knew exactly where he was going. I hiked out to Eagle's Ledge the following weekend, partly to satisfy my own curiosity, and partly to see if I could make sense of the route he'd taken. It's a difficult bushwhack, even in good weather with full daylight. Steep terrain, deadfall, thick underbrush that grabs at your clothes and equipment. The kind of hiking that requires constant attention to your footing and navigation. But when I reached the area where his body had been found, I discovered something that made the whole situation even more unsettling. There was a faint path through the forest, barely visible, but definitely there. Not an official trail, just a route where vegetation had been worn down by repeated passage. It led directly from the main trail system to the edge of the cliff. I followed the path backward, toward its origin, and found that it connected with the Cascade Loop about half a mile below the junction where I'd been working. Someone had been walking this route regularly enough to create a visible track through the forest, but it wasn't marked on any map, and it didn't lead to any destination that made sense from a recreational standpoint. It just led to the cliff. I reported my findings to the sheriff's department, but by then the case had already been classified as an accidental death. Solo hiker, no next of kin identified, no evidence of criminal activity. The kind of case that gets closed quickly because there's no one pushing for a more thorough investigation. But I kept thinking about the way he'd looked on that last pass by the junction. The urgency in his stride, the focused expression on his face, like he was being called to something specific, and the way he'd walked past me as if I wasn't there, as if nothing in the immediate world mattered except getting to wherever he was going. I started paying more attention to that section of trail during my regular patrols, not looking for anything specific, just staying alert to patterns or behaviors that seemed out of the ordinary. And over the following months, I noticed something that made me deeply uncomfortable. Other hikers were taking that same unofficial path to Eagle's Ledge. Not many, and not often, but regularly enough that the track was getting more defined. I'd see people leave the main trail at that unmarked connection point, always alone, always with that same focused expression I'd seen on the man in the red fleece. I tried talking to a few of them, asking where they were headed, whether they needed directions back to the main trail. But they responded the same way he had. They walked past me like I wasn't there, moving with that same urgent, mechanical stride toward something I couldn't see. I reported these incidents, but without clear evidence of danger or distress, there wasn't much the Forest Service could do. We put up some additional signage warning hikers to stay on marked trails, and we increased patrols in the area. But people kept disappearing into the forest on that unmarked path, and not all of them came back. Over the past 3 years, we've had 4 more deaths at Eagle's Ledge, all solo hikers, all found at the bottom of the cliff, all ruled accidental. The official explanation is that the area has become popular with thrill seekers and off-trail adventurers who underestimate the risks of approaching an unstable cliff edge. But I know better. I've seen the expression on their faces as they leave the main trail. The same blank focus, the same urgent stride, the same inability to respond to questions or warnings. They're not seeking thrills or adventure. They're answering some kind of call that the rest of us can't hear. I still work that section of trail regularly, and I still try to intercept people who head toward Eagle's Ledge on that unmarked path. Sometimes I'm successful. I can get their attention, convince them to turn around, guide them back to the main trail and toward the parking area. But sometimes they walk past me like I'm not there, and I know that I'll probably get a call the next morning about another body at the bottom of the cliff. The worst part is the feeling that I'm failing them somehow, that there's something I should be able to do or say that would break through whatever's drawing them toward that edge. But I've never figured out what it is, and I'm not sure I want to. Because sometimes, when I'm working near that junction and the light starts to fade through the trees, I catch myself listening for something in the forest, some sound or signal that might explain why people keep walking toward Eagle's Ledge with such determination and purpose. And I'm afraid that someday I might actually hear it. My name is David Martinez. I've been a park ranger at Pine Ridge National Forest for 16 years now, and I've seen just about everything these mountains have to offer. Lost hikers, bear encounters, the occasional overdose or domestic dispute that spills over from the outside world. You learn to handle it all with a steady hand and a clear head. That's the job. But there's one call I got back in late September of 2019 that still sits wrong with me. I think about it more than I should, especially when I'm doing my evening patrols and the light starts to fade through the pines. It was a Tuesday, around 4 in the afternoon. Dispatch called me about a welfare check at Campsite 12 in the Willow Creek area. A family from Denver had reserved the site for 3 nights, the Kowalskis, parents and 2 kids. Their checkout was supposed to be that morning at 11, but housekeeping found the site still occupied when they went to clean it for the next guests. Willow Creek is about 40 minutes from the main station, up a winding service road that follows an old logging trail. It's one of our more remote sites, popular with families who want the full wilderness experience without hiking too far from their cars. The sites are spread out enough that you get real privacy, but close enough to the road that you're not completely isolated. I remember the drive up there. The aspen leaves were just starting to turn, patches of gold mixed in with the dark green of the pines. The afternoon light was coming in low and warm through the windshield. It felt like any other routine call. Maybe the family had decided to extend their stay and forgot to update their reservation. Maybe they were just slow packers. Happened all the time. When I pulled into Site 12, I could see the camp was still fully set up. A large blue dome tent, perfectly pitched and staked down tight. A small pop-up canopy over the picnic table. Camping chairs arranged in a neat circle around a fire ring with cold ashes. Everything looked normal, well-maintained, organized. I parked the truck and got out, calling hello as I walked into the site. No response. The tent flaps were zipped shut, but I could see gear through the mesh windows. Sleeping bags laid out neat, some clothes folded in the corners. I called out again, a little louder this time. Still nothing. That's when I noticed the camp stove. It was set up on the picnic table under the canopy, one of those 2-burner Coleman models. There was a pot on one burner with what looked like soup or stew inside, and the gas was still connected but turned off. Steam was rising from the pot, just barely visible in the afternoon air. I walked over and held my hand above it. The food was warm, not hot, but warm enough that it couldn't have been sitting there for more than an hour or two. Next to the stove was a plate with a half-eaten sandwich, ham and cheese on white bread, cut diagonally, one bite taken out of one half. A bag of chips, opened but mostly full. 2 cans of soda, one empty and one about half finished, still cold to the touch. I looked around the campsite more carefully then. Everything was in its place. No signs of struggle, no scattered gear, no indication that the family had left in a hurry. The camp chairs were positioned like people had just gotten up from them. The cooler was closed but not locked. When I opened it, everything inside was organized and fresh. Ice still solid, drink still cold. I checked the tent next, unzipped the flaps and looked inside, without disturbing anything. 4 sleeping bags, 2 adult-sized and 2 smaller ones for kids. Personal items laid out on either side, toiletries, books, a deck of cards, a small portable speaker. Everything you'd expect from a family camping trip. Everything in order, but no people. I walked the perimeter of the site, looking for any sign of where they might have gone. The Willow Creek Trail started about 50 yards from the campsite, and I thought maybe they'd gone for a hike and just lost track of time. But their hiking boots were still by the tent. 4 pairs, arranged neatly on a small tarp. I called out again, louder this time, and listened for any response from the surrounding forest. The woods were quiet except for the normal sounds, wind in the pines, the distant trickle of the creek, a few birds calling back and forth. No human voices, no sounds of people moving through the brush. I radioed back to dispatch and reported the situation. Empty campsite, signs of recent activity. No indication of distress, but no sign of the campers either. They told me to wait for backup and continue searching the immediate area. While I waited, I walked down to Willow Creek itself. It's a small stream, maybe 3 feet across and knee-deep at most. Clear water running over smooth stones, surrounded by willows and tall grass. Beautiful spot, especially in the late afternoon light. I followed it upstream for about a quarter mile, then back down in the other direction. No footprints in the soft mud along the banks. No signs that anyone had been down there recently. Ranger Thompson arrived about 30 minutes later, followed by 2 deputies from the county sheriff's office. We searched the area systematically, calling out as we went, checking the trail system and the surrounding forest. No response. No signs of passage. It was like the Kowalski family had simply evaporated from their campsite sometime in the middle of the day. We ran their license plate and found their vehicle in the day-use parking area, about a mile down the road from the campsite. A silver Honda Pilot with Colorado plates, registered to Michael Kowalski of Denver. The car was locked, clean inside, nothing unusual. Car seats in the back for the kids, some snacks and water bottles, a road atlas folded to show the route from Denver to our area. What bothered me was how normal everything looked. If a family decides to abandon their campsite and leave the park, there's usually some indication of haste or distress. Gear thrown together, food left out, trash scattered around. Some sign that people left in a hurry or under stress. But this camp looked like the family had just stepped away for a few minutes, like they were coming right back. We documented everything, took photos, filed the initial missing persons report. The sheriff's department took point on the investigation from there, but they kept me involved since I knew the area and had found the scene. Over the next 3 days, we expanded the search area, brought in dogs, had helicopters checking the more remote sections of the forest. Nothing. On Friday morning, I got a call from Deputy Miller. The Kowalski family had been found. They were in Pueblo, Colorado, about 200 miles southeast of the park. They'd walked into a police station Thursday night, confused and disoriented, asking for help getting home. The strange part was their story. According to the deputy, they had no memory of the camping trip at all. They remembered planning it, remembered packing for it, But the last thing any of them could recall clearly was loading the car in their driveway in Denver on Monday morning. The next clear memory they had was standing in a parking lot in Pueblo on Thursday evening, wondering how they'd gotten there. Michael Kowalski told the police he remembered driving toward the mountains, but everything after that was blank. His wife Sarah remembered setting up camp somewhere, but couldn't describe where or when. The kids, ages 8 and 10, didn't remember anything about camping at all. They thought it was still Monday and were confused about why they weren't in school. The family was checked out at the hospital in Pueblo. Physically, they were fine. No injuries, no signs of trauma, no drugs or alcohol in their systems. Just completely missing 3 days of their lives, with no explanation for how they'd traveled 200 miles from their abandoned campsite to a parking lot in a town they'd never been to before. I drove down to Pueblo the next day to interview them myself. They were staying in a motel while they sorted things out, waiting for Michael's brother to drive down from Denver with a spare set of car keys. They were polite, cooperative, but clearly shaken. Michael kept apologizing for any trouble they'd caused, as if the whole thing was somehow their fault. Sarah asked me detailed questions about the campsite, wanting to know exactly how they'd left things, what food was out, whether the tent was zipped up properly. It was like she was trying to reconstruct a memory that wasn't there. The kids seemed less bothered by the whole thing, the way kids are with events they don't understand. But I noticed they stayed close to their parents, and whenever I asked them about camping or the mountains, they'd look uncertain and change the subject. What struck me most was how normal they were. This wasn't a family hiding something or running from something. These were ordinary people who'd planned a camping trip, had somehow lost 3 days of their lives, and genuinely had no idea what had happened to them. I asked Michael about their camping experience, whether they'd ever had any problems in the wilderness before. He said they camped several times a year, usually in Colorado state parks, and had never had any kind of incident. Experienced campers who knew how to take care of themselves outdoors. I asked Sarah if she remembered feeling sick or disoriented at any point during the trip. She said she couldn't remember feeling anything during the trip because she couldn't remember the trip at all. But she did say that for the past few days, since they'd been found, she'd been having dreams about sitting by a campfire and feeling like someone was watching them from the woods. She couldn't remember any details from the dreams, just that feeling of being observed. The case was eventually closed as a medical incident. The official report listed it as temporary amnesia, possibly caused by some kind of environmental factor like altitude sickness or contaminated water. The family's insurance covered their medical expenses, and they decided not to pursue any further investigation. But I kept thinking about that campsite, about the warm food on the stove, the half-eaten sandwich, the way everything looked like people had just stepped away for a moment, about how a family of 4 could completely vanish from a remote campsite with no signs of struggle, no tracks, no indication of where they'd gone or how they'd gotten there. I started checking on Campsite 12 more often than I needed to. It's not on my regular patrol route, but I'd find reasons to drive up Willow Creek Road and walk through the site, looking for what? I'm not sure. Some sign I'd missed, some clue that would help make sense of what happened. The site gets used regularly. Other families camp there, have perfectly normal experiences, leave positive reviews online about the beautiful location and the peaceful atmosphere. But I always feel uneasy when I'm up there, especially late in the day when the light starts to change and the shadows get long between the trees. Sometimes I'll stand at the picnic table where I found that warm pot of food and try to imagine what the Kowalski family was doing in their last clear moments at the site. Were they eating lunch? Getting ready for a hike? Just sitting around talking about their plans for the rest of the day? And what happened next? What made 4 people abandon a warm meal, a comfortable campsite, and 3 days of their lives, without leaving any trace of where they went or how they got to a parking lot 200 miles away? I've been doing this job for 16 years. I've seen missing persons cases that ended with happy reunions, and cases that ended with search and rescue teams finding bodies weeks later in remote ravines. I've seen people who got lost and wandered for days before finding their way back to civilization, and people who made bad decisions in the wilderness and paid for them with their lives. But I've never seen anything like the Kowalski family. Four people who simply weren't there anymore, as if they'd been carefully removed from their own lives and placed somewhere else entirely, with no memory of the process. I still patrol that area regularly, and I still check on Campsite 12 whenever I'm in the neighborhood. The site looks the same as it always has, a level spot under the pines, a picnic table and fire ring, close enough to Willow Creek that you can hear the water moving over the stones at night. But I can't shake the feeling that something's waiting there. Something that knows how to make people disappear so completely they don't even remember being gone. And sometimes, when I'm up there in the late afternoon and the light is coming through the trees at just the right angle, I think I can almost see them, the Kowalski family, sitting around their campfire, completely unaware that in a few minutes they're going to step outside of their own lives and not find their way back for 3 days. I wonder if they can see me too, standing there 16 years later, still trying to understand what happened to them in those woods by Willow Creek. I'm Brad Hutchins, and I've been working as a wildlife technician for the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Department for 9 years. Most of my job involves setting up trail cameras to monitor animal populations, maintaining remote weather stations, and collecting data from various monitoring equipment scattered throughout the Bitterroot National Forest. It's solitary work that requires attention to detail and comfort with spending long stretches alone in the backcountry. I'm used to finding equipment that's been abandoned or damaged by weather and wildlife. Hikers leave things behind, hunters lose gear, and sometimes researchers from universities or other agencies forget to retrieve their instruments after a project ends. Usually, it's just a matter of documenting what I find and turning it over to the appropriate authorities. But in early November of 2023, I found something that didn't fit any of those categories, something that still makes me uncomfortable when I think about it, especially when I'm working alone on remote trails. I was doing routine maintenance on a trail camera installation about 12 miles up the Blodgett Creek drainage, checking battery levels and downloading data from cameras that monitor elk movement patterns. It's steep country, thick with lodgepole pine and Douglas fir, the kind of terrain where you have to pay attention to your footing and navigation. The trail I was following isn't maintained for public use. It's an old game trail that we use to access our monitoring sites. About halfway to the camera location, I noticed something unusual hanging from a tree branch, about 15 feet off the main path. It was a camera. A nice digital SLR with a telephoto lens suspended from the branch by its neck strap. The camera was hanging at chest height, pointing directly down the trail in the direction I'd been walking. It looked like it had been there for a while. The strap was weathered, and the camera body showed signs of extended exposure to the elements. My first thought was that someone had hung it there temporarily and forgotten about it. Maybe a wildlife photographer who'd been trying to get shots of animals using the trail, but the location seemed odd for that purpose. The camera was positioned to photograph the trail itself, not the surrounding forest where animals would be more likely to appear. I checked the area for any other signs of recent human presence. No footprints, no disturbed vegetation, no camping gear or research equipment. Just the camera, hanging alone from that pine branch, like someone had placed it there specifically to document that particular stretch of trail. I took the camera down and checked its condition. It was a Canon EOS with a high-capacity memory card and what looked like an external battery pack wired to extend its operating time. Professional setup, designed for long-term field use. The camera was still functional, though the battery was nearly dead. When I got back to the office that afternoon, I connected the camera to my computer to see what was on the memory card. What I found was unlike anything I'd encountered in my 9 years of field work. The card contained over 800 photographs, all taken from the same position where I'd found the camera hanging. Every single photo showed the same view down that game trail, the same trees, the same rocks, the same patch of forest floor. They were taken at regular intervals, roughly every 12 minutes, over a period of 6 weeks. The timestamps on the photos started on September 15th and continued through October 27th, the day before I found the camera. The earliest photos were taken in daylight, showing the trail in late summer conditions with full green foliage. As I scrolled through chronologically, I could watch the seasons change, leaves turning color, falling, the light getting lower and more angled as autumn progressed. But what struck me as strange was the consistency of the timing. Every 12 minutes, 24 hours a day, for 6 weeks, the camera had been taking photos through the night, in rain, during snowfall. Whatever had triggered it wasn't responding to motion or changes in light levels. It was operating on a timer, methodically documenting that empty trail at regular intervals. I checked the camera's settings. It was configured for interval shooting, set to take a photo every 12 minutes indefinitely. The external battery pack explained how it had operated for so long without human intervention, but I couldn't understand why someone would want hundreds of nearly identical photos of an empty trail. The photos themselves were technically well composed, properly exposed, and sharply focused. Whoever had set up the camera knew what they were doing from a photography standpoint, but there was no obvious subject matter, no wildlife, no changes in the scene that would justify this kind of systematic documentation. I ran the camera's serial number through our equipment database to see if it belonged to any of the research projects we were aware of in the area. No matches. I also checked with the local sheriff's department to see if anyone had reported a missing camera. Again, nothing. Finally, I contacted Canon directly, providing them with the camera's serial number and explaining how I'd found it. They were able to give me the name and contact information of the original purchaser, a photographer named Marcus Chen from Missoula. When I called the number Canon had provided, I got a disconnected message. I tried searching for Marcus Chen online and found an obituary in the Missoulian newspaper. Marcus Chen, age 34, professional wildlife photographer, had died in a car accident on Highway 93 on September 14th of 2023. September 14th, the day before the first photograph on the camera was taken. I called the newspaper and spoke with the reporter who had written the obituary. She confirmed the details and told me that Marcus had been driving back from a photography assignment in Glacier National Park when his car went off the road during a late-night rainstorm. He was found the next morning by a highway maintenance crew. According to the obituary, Marcus was known for his patient approach to wildlife photography, often spending weeks in remote locations waiting for the perfect shot. He specialized in documenting animal behavior and seasonal changes in forest ecosystem, but he had died 12 hours before his camera started taking pictures on that trail in the Bitterroot. I spent the next several days going through the photographs more carefully, looking for any detail that might explain what had happened. I used photo editing software to examine each image at high resolution, checking for any signs of movement, any changes in the scene, anything that might indicate why the camera had been programmed to document that particular location. Most of the photos showed exactly what I'd expect: an empty trail winding through pine forest, with normal variations in lighting and weather conditions. Shadows moved as the sun changed position. Leaves fell and accumulated on the trail surface. Snow appeared in the later photos, then melted, then appeared again. But in about 30 of the photos, taken at random intervals throughout the 6-week period, there was something different. A subtle change in the way the light fell across the trail, or a slight displacement of leaves that didn't match the wind patterns visible in the surrounding vegetation. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would be obvious to a casual observer, but consistent enough that I started to notice a pattern. In those photos, it looked like something large had recently passed through the frame, leaving just enough disturbance to be visible if you knew what to look for. The kind of subtle signs you learn to recognize when you're tracking animals through forest terrain. But I couldn't identify what kind of animal would create those particular disturbances. The pattern didn't match elk, deer, bear, or any of the other large mammals common in that area. Whatever had passed through seemed to move differently than the animals I was familiar with. leaving traces that were almost human-like, but not quite right. I decided to hike back to the location where I'd found the camera, this time bringing my own trail cameras to set up a monitoring system. I wanted to see if whatever had been triggering those subtle changes was still active in the area. The hike back up Blodgett Creek took me most of a morning. When I reached the spot where the camera had been hanging, I spent time examining the area more carefully than I had during my first visit. I was looking for any signs of the disturbances I'd seen in the photographs, any indication of what had been moving through that section of trail. I found tracks, but they were unlike anything in my field guides. The impressions were roughly human-sized and shaped, but the depth and spacing suggested something much heavier than a person. The tracks appeared sporadically along the trail, sometimes clear and well-defined, sometimes just vague depressions in the forest floor. Most disturbing was their age. Based on the weathering patterns and the way vegetation was growing back through some of the impressions, the tracks appeared to have been made over the same 6-week period when Marcus Chen's camera had been taking photographs. Some were clearly older than others, creating a timeline that matched the photographic record. I set up 3 trail cameras of my own at different angles around the area, configured to trigger on motion rather than operating on a timer. I also installed a more sensitive seismic monitor that would record any vibrations caused by something moving through the area. Over the following weeks, my cameras captured normal wildlife activity: elk, deer, black bears, various smaller mammals, and birds. The seismic monitor recorded the expected patterns of animal movement, along with occasional vibrations from wind and falling trees. But every few days, usually in the early morning hours, the seismic monitor would pick up vibrations that didn't correspond to any images on the trail camera. The patterns were rhythmic and heavy, suggesting something large moving through the area, but whatever was creating the vibrations wasn't triggering the motion sensors on any of my cameras. I reviewed Marcus Chen's photographs again, this time focusing on the timestamps for the images that showed subtle disturbances. I found that those photos were consistently taken in the early morning hours, between 3 and 6 a.m., which matched the timing of the unexplained seismic readings I was getting from my own equipment. I also noticed something else in the photos that I'd missed during my initial review. In the background of several images, barely visible among the trees, there appeared to be a faint light source. Not bright enough to affect the overall exposure, just a dim glow that seemed to move slowly through the forest parallel to the trail. The light appeared in photos taken throughout the 6-week period, always during the pre-dawn hours, always moving in the same direction, down the mountainside, toward the valley floor. It was subtle enough that I might have dismissed it as equipment malfunction or atmospheric phenomena, except that it appeared consistently in photos taken weeks apart under different weather conditions. I spent one night camped near the trail, hoping to observe whatever was creating the seismic readings and the strange light patterns. I positioned myself about 100 yards from where Marcus's camera had been hanging, with a clear view of the trail and the surrounding forest. Around 4 in the morning, I heard something moving through the trees below my position. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, but with an odd rhythm that didn't match the gait of any animal I knew. The steps were accompanied by a low humming sound, almost musical, like someone singing very quietly to themselves. I couldn't see the source of the sounds through the thick forest, but I could track its movement by listening to the footsteps and the way they disturbed the underbrush. Whatever it was moved slowly but steadily up the mountainside, following the same route that Marcus's camera had been documenting. The sounds passed directly through the area where I'd found the camera, then continued up the slope until they faded into the distance. The entire encounter lasted about 20 minutes, but I never got a clear view of what was making the sounds. When dawn came, I found fresh tracks on the trail, the same unusual impressions I discovered during my previous visits. They were clearer this time, and I was able to take detailed measurements and photographs. The tracks definitely weren't made by any known animal, but they weren't quite human either. Too large, too deep, with an arrangement of toe marks that didn't match human anatomy. I filed a report with my supervisor, documenting the camera discovery and my subsequent investigation. The official response was that I'd found abandoned equipment from an unauthorized research project, and that the seismic readings I'd been getting were probably caused by geological activity or large animals moving through the area during periods when they avoided the motion sensors. But I kept monitoring the area with my own cameras, and I kept getting those unexplained seismic readings every few days, always in the early morning hours, always following the same pattern up the mountainside. I also kept thinking about Marcus Chen, and about why he might have set up a camera to document that particular trail. Had he known something was moving through that area? Had he been trying to photograph whatever was creating those tracks and that strange humming sound? And if he died the day before his camera started operating, what had programmed it to take pictures every 12 minutes for 6 weeks? The camera settings showed that the interval timer had been activated on September 15th, but Marcus had been dead for 12 hours by then. I've been back to that section of trail dozens of times over the past few months, always during daylight hours, always as part of my regular work duties. The area looks normal, peaceful even. Just another stretch of Forest Service trail, winding through typical Montana mountain terrain. But I can't forget the sound of those footsteps moving through the darkness, or the sight of that faint light drifting between the trees in Marcus Chen's photographs. And I can't explain how a dead man's camera operated for 6 weeks, methodically documenting something that my own equipment can detect but never quite capture. Sometimes, when I'm working alone on remote trails, I find myself listening for that low humming sound. And sometimes, especially in the early morning hours, when the light is just starting to filter through the forest canopy, I think I can almost hear it again. My name is Dale Thompson, and I've been a ranger in the Sawtooth National Forest for 18 years. I've worked fire suppression, search and rescue, law enforcement, and general maintenance across some of Idaho's most remote backcountry. You learn early in this job that the wilderness holds plenty of mysteries, but most of them have reasonable explanations if you're patient enough to find them. There's one case from the fall of 2022, though, that I still can't make sense of. It started as a routine call and turned into something that changed how I think about my work, about weather patterns, and about what might be possible in those empty places where nobody goes for months at a time. The call came in on a Thursday morning in mid-October. A group of hunters had been camping about 8 miles into the Redfish Lake backcountry when they heard screaming coming from the direction of the old Sawtooth Ridge Fire lookout. The screaming went on for about 20 minutes, they said, starting around 2 in the morning and stopping abruptly, like someone had just switched it off. The Sawtooth Ridge lookout had been abandoned since 2012, when the Forest Service installed automated monitoring systems and closed most of the staffed fire towers in the region. The structure was still sound, but it hadn't been occupied or maintained for over a decade. Officially, nobody was supposed to be up there. I hiked up to investigate that same afternoon. The trail to the lookout is steep and rocky, climbing about 1,500 feet over 3 miles through dense pine forest, and then opening up onto the exposed ridge where the tower sits. It's a classic 1930s Civilian Conservation Corps structure, a small cabin mounted on steel legs about 40 feet off the ground, with windows on all sides for spotting fires. I'd been up there several times over the years for routine inspections, and it always felt like any other abandoned building, dusty, empty, slowly deteriorating, but stable enough to remain standing for years to come. The kind of place that attracts occasional vandalism, or gets used as emergency shelter by lost hikers, but nothing more interesting than that. The afternoon I climbed up to investigate the screaming reports. Everything looked normal from the outside. The steel ladder leading up to the cabin was secure. The windows were intact, and there were no obvious signs of recent occupation. I called out several times before climbing up, following protocol for approaching any structure that might contain squatters or wildlife. No response from inside the cabin. I climbed the ladder and tried the door. It was unlocked, which was unusual. We typically secure abandoned buildings to prevent unauthorized access. But the lock mechanism looked like it had been damaged by weather rather than forced, so I didn't think much of it at the time. The interior of the cabin was a single room, maybe 12 feet square, with built-in counters along 3 walls and a small wood stove in one corner. Windows on all sides provided a 360-degree view of the surrounding mountains. The floor was covered with a thin layer of dust and debris that had blown in through gaps around the windows. But what caught my attention immediately was the desk. The old lookout desk sat beneath the south-facing window, and it was covered with papers arranged in neat stacks. Fresh papers, not yellowed or dusty like everything else in the room. I approached the desk carefully, looking for any signs that someone had been living in the cabin recently. The papers were weather reports, handwritten in black ink on standard Forest Service forms. Each report was dated and filled out completely, documenting temperature, humidity, wind speed and direction, precipitation, cloud cover, and visibility. The handwriting was precise and consistent, the kind of careful penmanship you might see from someone who took their documentation responsibilities seriously. I picked up the top report and checked the date. October 10th, 2022, 2 days earlier. According to the report, there had been a severe thunderstorm that afternoon, with winds gusting to 60 miles per hour and over 2 inches of rain. But I remembered October 10th clearly. It had been sunny and calm, one of those perfect fall days that make you grateful to work outdoors. There had been no storm, no rain, no significant weather activity anywhere in the region. I looked through more of the reports. They went back 6 weeks, all written in the same careful handwriting, all documenting weather conditions that didn't match what had actually happened. Severe storms on clear days, calm conditions during periods when we'd actually had significant weather events, temperature readings that were 20 or 30 degrees off from what I remembered. Each report was signed at the bottom with the same initials, JM. I counted the reports, 43 in total, representing daily weather observations from early September through October 10th. Someone had been coming to this abandoned lookout every day for 6 weeks, carefully documenting weather conditions that weren't occurring. At the bottom of the stack, I found something that made me stop and read it several times to make sure I was seeing it correctly. The final report was dated January 15th, 2023, 3 months in the future. The weather data section was filled out like all the others: severe blizzard conditions, temperature minus 22 degrees, wind gusts to 80 miles per hour, 0 visibility. But at the bottom, where the observer's notes usually went, someone had written in that same careful handwriting, "They found me today." I sat in the cabin for a long time, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. The most reasonable explanation was that someone with mental health issues had been using the abandoned lookout as a shelter, creating elaborate weather fantasies as part of some kind of psychological break from reality. But the reports were too detailed and professional looking for that explanation to feel complete. I searched the rest of the cabin thoroughly. No sleeping bag, no food, no personal belongings, no indication that anyone had been living there. Just those weather reports and the normal debris you'd expect to find in an abandoned building. I also looked for any evidence that might explain the screaming the hunters had reported. No signs of struggle, no blood, no indication that anyone had been injured or distressed in the cabin. The dust patterns on the floor showed footprints leading to and from the desk, but they were faint and could have been made over multiple visits spread across weeks. I collected all the weather reports and hiked back down to the ranger station. That evening, I spent time comparing the documented conditions with the actual weather data from our automated monitoring stations. The discrepancies were consistent and significant. Whoever had been writing those reports was either completely detached from reality or was documenting weather patterns from some other location entirely. But the handwriting bothered me. It was too steady, too consistent for someone in psychological distress. Each report showed the same level of care and attention to detail, the same professional formatting, the same precise penmanship. It looked like the work of someone who had been trained to document weather conditions accurately and took that responsibility seriously. I ran the initials J.M. through our personnel database, looking for any current or former employees who might have worked at fire lookouts in the region. I found 3 matches, but 2 were currently assigned to other forests, and the third had retired in 2008. The retired employee was James Morrison, who had worked fire lookouts throughout Idaho and Montana for 32 years before retiring at age 65. According to his personnel file, he'd been stationed at the Sawtooth Ridge Lookout during the summers of 2009, 2010, and 2011, the final 3 years before the tower was closed. I called the phone number listed in Morrison's file, but got a disconnected message. I tried searching for him online and found an obituary in the Idaho Statesman. James Morrison had died of a heart attack in August of 2022, about 6 weeks before the first weather report I'd found in the cabin. August 28, 2022. The day before the first report was dated, I drove to Boise the following weekend to visit Morrison's widow, Helen. She was a kind woman in her 70s who invited me in for coffee and seemed grateful to talk about her husband with someone who understood his work. James had loved his years in the fire lookouts, she told me. Even after retirement, he missed the solitude and the sense of purpose that came from monitoring weather conditions and watching for fires. He'd been talking about volunteering to help maintain some of the abandoned towers, but his health had been declining and they'd never followed through on the idea. I asked Helen if James had kept any weather records or documentation from his years in the lookouts. She led me to a spare bedroom that he'd used as an office, where the walls were covered with weather charts, topographical maps, and photographs from various fire towers throughout the region. On his desk was a stack of blank Forest Service weather report forms, the same type I'd found filled out in the Sawtooth Ridge cabin. Helen said James had requested them from the regional office a few months before he died, saying he wanted to help train new lookout staff, even though there weren't any new lookouts being staffed. She also showed me examples of his handwriting notes and letters he'd written over the years. The penmanship was identical to what I'd seen on the weather reports in the cabin. I explained to Helen what I'd found, describing the weather reports without mentioning the impossible dates or the final entry about being found. She listened carefully and didn't seem surprised. James always said the mountains talk to you if you listen long enough, she told me. He spent so many years up in those towers, watching weather systems develop and move through the valleys, that he claimed he could predict storms days before they showed up on the official forecasts. I asked if she thought it was possible that James had been visiting the old lookout before he died, maybe as a way of staying connected to work he'd loved. I wouldn't put it past him, she said. But James died at home, in his sleep. He hadn't been hiking or traveling anywhere for weeks before that. His heart just wasn't strong enough for that kind of physical activity anymore. I drove back to the forest that afternoon with more questions than answers. James Morrison had died 6 weeks before someone started writing weather reports in his handwriting at a fire lookout where he'd worked over a decade earlier. The reports documented weather conditions that didn't occur, continuing right up until the day I found them. And there was still that final report, dated 3 months in the future, with its ominous message about being found. I started checking the weather forecasts more carefully after that, comparing the official predictions with what actually happened, and looking for patterns that might explain the discrepancies I'd found in Morrison's reports. I also began visiting the Sawtooth Ridge Lookout more frequently, telling myself it was part of routine patrol duties, but really hoping to find some additional evidence that would help explain what I'd discovered. The cabin remained empty, but I noticed that the dust patterns on the floor changed between visits. Not dramatically, but enough to suggest that someone or something was moving around inside the building. I started bringing a camera to document the conditions during each visit, and over the course of several months I built up a record of subtle changes that couldn't be explained by wind or settling. I also started paying attention to the actual weather patterns in the area around the lookout. What I found was disturbing in a way I hadn't expected. The weather systems that moved through the Sawtooth Ridge area were consistently more severe than what was being predicted by the National Weather Service. Storms would develop suddenly and intensely, then dissipate just as quickly, often affecting only a small area around the abandoned fire tower. When I compared these localized weather events with Morrison's handwritten reports, I found that his documentation was more accurate than the official forecasts. The storms he'd recorded actually did occur, just not when or where the Weather Service said they would. It was like he'd been reporting on weather patterns that existed in a different timeline, one that was running parallel to our own, but offset by days or weeks. The date that bothered me most was January 15th, 2023, the date of Morrison's final report, with its message about being found. I marked it on my calendar and found myself thinking about it more and more as winter approached. January 15th was a Sunday. I woke up that morning with the strange compulsion to drive up to the Sawtooth Ridge area, even though the access road would be closed by snow and I'd have to ski or snowshoe the final few miles to reach the lookout. The weather forecast called for clear skies and moderate temperatures, typical January conditions for that elevation. But as I drove toward the mountains, I could see a storm system building over the peaks that wasn't supposed to be there. By the time I reached the trailhead, it was snowing hard. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in the past hour, and the wind was starting to pick up. I knew I should turn around and head back to town, but something kept pushing me forward. I put on snowshoes and started hiking toward the lookout. The storm intensified as I climbed, with wind gusts that nearly knocked me off my feet and snow falling so heavily that visibility dropped to just a few yards. It was exactly the kind of severe blizzard conditions that Morrison had documented in his final report. I never made it to the lookout that day. The storm became too dangerous, and I had to turn back after covering only about half the distance. But as I was retreating down the trail, fighting through the wind and snow, I could have sworn I heard something over the sound of the storm. Screaming, coming from the direction of the fire tower. The same kind of screaming that the hunters had reported back in October. I've been checking weather forecasts obsessively ever since, not just for my work area, but for regions throughout Idaho and Montana, where James Morrison worked during his career. I compare the official predictions with what actually happens, looking for the kind of discrepancies I found in his handwritten reports. And I keep finding them. Weather events that occur but aren't predicted. Storms that develop in areas where the atmospheric conditions shouldn't support them. Temperature and precipitation readings that don't match what the monitoring stations record. It's like there's a whole other weather system operating alongside the one we officially track and predict. A system that someone, somewhere, is still documenting in careful handwriting on Forest Service form. I haven't been back to the Sawtooth Ridge lookout since January 15th. I tell myself it's because of budget constraints and other priorities. But really it's because I'm not sure what I might find there, or what might find me. I'm Lisa Chen, and I've been guiding backcountry hiking trips in the North Cascades for 13 years. It's work that requires absolute attention to detail, knowing your routes, understanding weather patterns, keeping track of your group's physical and mental condition throughout long days on difficult terrain. People trust you with their safety, and that trust is built on competence, experience, and an intimate knowledge of the wilderness you're leading them through. I thought I knew the Deer Trail system better than any route in my coverage area. I'd guided groups on that particular trail complex at least 40 times over the past decade, leading everyone from experienced mountaineers to corporate retreat groups looking for a moderate challenge in beautiful surroundings. The trail was reliable, well-marked, and offered exactly the kind of wilderness experience that kept clients coming back year after year. But in late August of 2023, something happened on Deer Trail that made me question everything I thought I knew about navigation, about the mountains I work in, and about the reliability of my own memory and professional skills. I was leading a group of 6 clients on a 3-day backpacking trip, all return customers who'd hiked with my company before. They were experienced hikers who knew how to pace themselves and follow trail discipline, the kind of group that makes guiding enjoyable rather than stressful. We'd planned a route that would take us about 18 miles through the Deer Creek watershed with 2 overnight camps at established backcountry sites. The first day went exactly as planned. We hiked from the Deer Creek trailhead up through old-growth forest to our first camp near Deer Lake, covering about 8 miles with normal rest stops and plenty of time to enjoy the scenery. The weather was perfect, clear skies, mild temperatures, excellent visibility. The group was in good spirits, and we spent the evening around camp discussing the next day's route and the geological features we'd be passing. Day 2 was when things started to feel wrong, though I didn't recognize it at the time. We broke camp around 8 in the morning and started down the Deer Trail toward our second campsite, which should have been about 6 miles south, through a series of meadows and small creek crossings. I'd hiked this exact route dozens of times, and I knew every landmark, every trail junction, every place where hikers typically needed guidance or encouragement. But about 2 hours into the hike, I started noticing details that didn't match my memory of the trail. Small things, at first rock formations, that seemed slightly different, creek crossings that were in the wrong locations, meadows that were larger or smaller than I remembered. Nothing dramatic enough to make me think we were lost. Just subtle inconsistencies that made me pay closer attention to our route. I checked my GPS unit several times during the morning, and it consistently showed us following the correct trail toward our planned destination. The compass readings were accurate, the elevation changes matched what I expected, and we were maintaining good time. But the nagging feeling that something was off kept growing stronger as we continued hiking. Around noon, we stopped for lunch at what should have been a familiar rest spot near a small waterfall. But the waterfall was in the wrong place, flowing from the east instead of the south, and the surrounding terrain didn't match the topography I remembered from previous trips. I consulted my map and GPS again, and both indicated we were exactly where we were supposed to be. But it didn't look right. I decided not to mention my concerns to the group. They were enjoying the hike, and expressing uncertainty about our location would only create anxiety without serving any useful purpose. As their guide, my job was to get them safely to our destination, not to burden them with navigation doubts that I couldn't explain or justify. We continued hiking south, following what my instruments told me was the correct trail. But the landscape kept feeling wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. Familiar landmarks were missing. New features appeared that I'd never seen before, and the overall character of the terrain seemed different from what I expected along the Deer Trail route. The afternoon wore on, and I started to worry that we might not reach our planned campsite before dark. According to my GPS, we should have been there by mid-afternoon, but the trail seemed to be taking us through areas that would require more time than I'd allocated. I pushed the pace slightly, trying to make up time without exhausting the group. Around 5 in the evening, we crested a ridge and saw a trailhead parking area in the valley below. At first, I was relieved we'd reached some kind of endpoint where we could regroup and figure out our exact location. But as we descended toward the parking area, I realized something was seriously wrong. This wasn't our planned destination. It wasn't even close to where we were supposed to be. The trailhead we emerged at was the Cascade River access point, about 40 miles north of where we should have ended up. According to our itinerary, we should have been at the Deer Creek Southern Access, preparing to camp for our final night before hiking out the next morning. Instead, we were standing in a parking lot that should have been a full day's drive from our intended location. The group was as confused as I was. They'd been following me all day, trusting my navigation and route-finding skills, and suddenly we were in a completely different part of the forest system. I tried to explain the situation calmly, suggesting that I might have taken a wrong turn somewhere and led us on a longer route than planned. But privately, I was deeply unsettled. I knew the Deer Trail system well enough that I shouldn't have been able to make that kind of navigation error. The trail junctions were clearly marked, the terrain was familiar, and I'd been checking my instruments regularly throughout the day. There was no reasonable explanation for how we'd ended up 40 miles from our intended destination. We drove back to town that evening, and I spent the night going over maps and GPS data, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. According to my GPS log, we'd followed the correct route all day, maintaining proper bearing and elevation changes that matched the Deer Trail profile. But somehow, that route had delivered us to the wrong trailhead entirely. The next morning, I drove back to the Deer Creek area to retrace our steps and identify where I'd made the navigation error. I was determined to understand what had happened so I could prevent similar mistakes in the future. As a professional guide, I couldn't afford to lose confidence in my route-finding abilities or to lead future groups astray. I started at the Deer Creek trailhead where we'd begun our hike 2 days earlier. Everything looked normal and familiar. The same parking area, the same trail signs, the same Forest Service information board I'd consulted dozens of times before. I set off on the trail, following the route I remembered taking with my group. The first several miles looked exactly as I expected. The same creek crossings, the same rock formations, the same series of switchbacks climbing toward Deer Lake. But when I reached the point where we'd turned south on day 2, something was different. The trail ended, not at a junction or intersection, but at a sheer cliff face that dropped several hundred feet into a rocky canyon. There was no way forward, no alternative route, no indication that the trail had ever continued beyond that point, just a granite wall that made further progress impossible. I stood at the cliff edge for a long time, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with what I remembered. According to my memory, the trail continued south from this point for at least 6 more miles, passing through meadows and creek drainages before reaching the southern trailhead. But there was no trail, no evidence that there had ever been a trail, just empty air and a drop that would be fatal for anyone who tried to continue. I consulted my topographical maps again, spreading them out on the rocks and comparing the terrain features with what I could see around me. The maps clearly showed the cliff, marked as a significant geological feature that had been documented by geological surveys dating back to the 1970s. According to the contour lines, this cliff had been here for decades, blocking any possible trail route toward the south. But I knew I'd hiked past this point many times before. I had clear memories of leading groups through the meadows that should have been on the other side of this cliff. I could remember specific conversations with clients, specific weather conditions, specific wildlife sightings from areas that the maps said couldn't exist. I spent the rest of the day hiking every possible alternative route in the area, looking for some explanation of how my group and I had traveled from this dead-end cliff to the Cascade River trailhead, 40 miles away. But there were no connecting trails, no backcountry routes that would allow that kind of movement without days of difficult cross-country travel. I also called the Forest Service office to ask about recent trail closures or reroutes that might explain the discrepancy. But according to their records, the Deer Trail had ended at the cliff for as long as anyone could remember. There had never been a southern extension, never been a through route to the other trailhead system. When I described the route I thought I remembered, the ranger I spoke with said it sounded like I was confusing the Deer Trail with some other trail system in a different part of the forest. But I knew that wasn't right. I had specific memories, detailed recollections of leading groups on this exact route multiple times over the past decade. Over the following weeks, I contacted several of my former clients, people who'd hiked the Deer Trail system with me in previous years. I asked them about their memories of those trips, trying to get independent confirmation of the route we'd taken and the terrain we'd covered. Their responses were unsettling. Most of them remembered hiking with me in the North Cascades, but their descriptions of the terrain and route details were vague and inconsistent. Several said they'd always assumed I was leading them on different trails each time, and that they hadn't paid close attention to specific route details. But a few clients had clearer memories, and what they remembered matched my own recollections of hiking south from Deer Lake through meadows and creek drainages that the map said didn't exist. When I told them about my recent discovery of the cliff, they seemed as confused as I was. One client, a geology professor from the University of Washington, was particularly disturbed by the contradiction. She'd been on 3 different trips with me that she remembered as following the Southern Deer Trail route, and she'd taken photographs of rock formations that she'd used in her geology classes. When I told her about the cliff, She went back through her photo archives to check her images from those trips. She called me a few days later, sounding shaken. The photographs she'd taken during our hikes showed terrain that didn't match any known geological formations in the North Cascades region. The rock types, the vegetation patterns, the overall landscape characteristics didn't correspond to any area she could identify from geological surveys or topographical maps. It was like we'd been hiking through terrain that didn't exist on any official documentation of the region. I stopped guiding trips on the Deer Trail system after that discovery. I told myself it was a temporary pause while I sorted out the navigation issues. But really, I was too unsettled to trust my own knowledge of routes I thought I knew intimately. I also started questioning other aspects of my guiding experience. Had I been making similar navigation errors on other trails without realizing it? Were there other routes in my coverage area that might not exist in the way I remembered them? How could I trust my professional judgment when my most familiar trail system had turned out to be completely different from what I thought I knew? I've been back to the Deer Creek Cliff several times over the past few months, always hoping to find some explanation for the discrepancy between my memories and the physical reality of the terrain. But the cliff is always there, solid and impassable, marked on maps that show it's been a permanent feature for decades. Sometimes I stand at the cliff edge and try to remember exactly what I saw when I looked south from that point during previous hikes. But the memories are becoming less clear, less reliable, like trying to recall the details of dreams that seemed vivid at the time but fade when you try to examine them closely. What bothers me most is the possibility that I've been leading clients through terrain that doesn't officially exist, following routes that can't be documented or verified by anyone else. If that's true, then what does it say about the reliability of memory, about the trustworthiness of professional experience, about the stability of the wilderness itself? And if we really did hike 40 miles in a single day through terrain that maps say is impossible to traverse, then where were we actually walking? And what was guiding our steps through landscapes that shouldn't exist? My name is Tom Brennan, and I've been working park maintenance for the Oregon State Park System for 22 years. Most of that time has been day shifts, routine work, like trail clearing, facility repairs, and groundskeeping that keeps the park safe and presentable for visitors. But for the past 3 years, I've been working nights at Silver Falls State Park, handling security patrols and emergency maintenance that can't wait until morning. Night work in the parks is different from what most people imagine. It's not scary or dramatic, just quiet and methodical. You walk your routes, check the facilities, make sure everything is secure, and respond to the occasional issue with wildlife getting into the dumpsters or campers who need assistance. The solitude doesn't bother me. After 22 years of dealing with crowds and public complaints during day shifts, the peaceful hours between midnight and dawn are actually a relief. But in October of 2023, during a temporary closure that was supposed to be routine, I started experiencing something at Silver Falls that made me question both my professional judgment and my own memory. The park had been closed to visitors for about a month due to storm damage from early fall windstorms that had brought down several large trees across trails and damaged some of the older infrastructure. Nothing catastrophic, just the kind of seasonal maintenance that requires heavy equipment and extended work periods that are easier to manage without public access. During closures like this, my job becomes even more straightforward. Walk the grounds each night, check that the gates are secure, make sure no unauthorized visitors have accessed the park, and monitor for any new damage or safety hazards that might develop between the day crew's work periods. Simple, solitary work in a familiar environment. The first time I heard the children playing, I assumed I was mistaken. It was about 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, mid-October. I was doing my regular patrol of the day-use area near the main ranger station when I heard what sounded like kids laughing and talking somewhere in the darkness beyond the picnic area. Faint voices, the kind of excited chatter you hear from children who are absorbed in some kind of game. My first thought was that someone had brought their family camping illegally, maybe assuming the closure didn't apply to overnight use. It happens occasionally during closures, people see the empty parking lots and figure they can get away with unauthorized camping for a night or two. I walked toward the sound, using my flashlight to scan the picnic tables and surrounding forest, but I couldn't locate the source of the voices. The sounds faded as I got closer, and after about 10 minutes of searching, the area was completely quiet, except for the normal night sounds of the forest. I made a note in my log about possible unauthorized visitors and continued my patrol, but I didn't find any evidence of camping or other human activity in the park. No tents, no vehicles, no signs that anyone had been in the area recently. The next night, I heard the voices again. Same time, same general location, same quality of sound, children playing some kind of game that involved running around and calling out to each other. This time, I tried a different approach, turning off my flashlight and moving quietly toward the sound instead of announcing my presence with bright lights and heavy footsteps. But again, the voices faded as I got closer, and I found no evidence of anyone being in the park. By the fourth night, I was starting to feel unsettled. The voices were becoming a regular occurrence, always starting around 2 in the morning, always coming from the same general area near the picnic tables, always disappearing when I tried to investigate. I began to wonder if I was dealing with some kind of medical issue, hearing problems, sleep deprivation, or stress-related symptoms that were causing auditory hallucinations. But the voices sounded real, clear, distinct, with the authentic quality of children engaged in active play. Not the vague, distorted sounds you might expect from hallucinations, but specific conversations and interactions that suggested real kids having real fun in the middle of the night in a closed park. On the fifth night, I decided to approach the situation more systematically. Instead of walking directly toward the sounds when I heard them, I positioned myself at a distance where I could observe the picnic area without disturbing whatever was happening there. I found a spot behind the ranger station where I had a clear view of the tables and surrounding area, turned off my flashlight, and waited. Around 2:15, I heard the voices start up again, definitely coming from the direction of the picnic tables, though I couldn't see any movement or lights in that area. The sounds were clearer from my observation. Position, I could make out individual voices, different children calling to each other, the sound of footsteps running on gravel and wooden surfaces. I listened for about 20 minutes, trying to identify specific words or phrases that might help me understand what was happening. What I heard sounded like the kind of games I remembered from my own childhood: tag, hide and seek, made-up games that involved chasing and calling out rules and boundaries. But there was nobody there. I was watching the area where the sounds were coming from, and I could see clearly that the picnic tables were empty, the surrounding grass was undisturbed, and there were no people anywhere in the area. Eventually, the voices faded and stopped, leaving the night quiet again. I spent the next few days researching possible explanations for what I was experiencing. Sound can carry in strange ways in forest environments, and it's possible I was hearing children playing at houses or campsites miles away, with the sound bouncing off the canyon walls in ways that made it seem like it was coming from the picnic area. I also considered the possibility that local kids had found a way to access the park despite the closure, maybe using trails or access points that weren't secured. Kids are resourceful, and a closed park might seem like an attractive place to hang out without adult supervision. But the more I thought about it, the less likely either explanation seemed. The voices were too clear and immediate to be carrying from distant locations, and I'd been thorough in my searches of the area without finding any signs of human presence. On the seventh night, I decided I needed to investigate more directly. When I heard the voices start up around 2 in the morning, I approached the picnic area slowly but deliberately, using my flashlight to examine the tables and surrounding area while the sounds were still audible. What I found made me stop and question everything I thought I understood about what was happening. The picnic tables were covered with fresh chalk drawings, not old drawings that had been there for weeks, but new chalk marks that showed no signs of weather wear or fading. The drawings covered most of the table surfaces: hopscotch grids, tic-tac-toe games, elaborate mazes and connecting lines that look like the kind of abstract games children create when they're playing with chalk and have unlimited time and space. But what disturbed me most were the specific games I recognized. There was a drawing that looked exactly like Foursquare Kingdom, a game I'd invented when I was about 8 years old and had played obsessively for several months during the summer before third grade. It involved dividing a square grid into kingdoms with different rules and powers, and I'd spent hours developing the complex system of moves and strategies that made the game work. I'd never taught that game to anyone else, never even mentioned it to friends or family. It was something I'd created and played by myself during a period when we were living in a rental house with a large concrete patio that was perfect for chalk games. Next to that drawing was what looked like the layout for Circle Wars, another game I'd invented around the same time. This one involved drawing interconnected circles and defending them from invasion by other players, with elaborate rules about how you could move between circles and capture territory. Again, this was a game I'd never shared with anyone, something I'd made up and played alone, during a summer when I didn't have many friends and spent a lot of time entertaining myself in our backyard. I stood there for a long time, staring at the chalk drawings by flashlight, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The drawings were definitely fresh, bright white chalk on clean table surfaces, with sharp lines and clear details that couldn't have survived even one night of Oregon's typical autumn moisture. But how could anyone else know about games I'd invented 40 years ago and never shared with another person? I looked around the picnic area more carefully, searching for any other evidence of who might have been drawing on the tables. No chalk pieces, no footprints, no signs that anyone had been sitting or working at the tables recently. I also listened carefully for any sounds that might indicate children were still in the area, but the night was completely quiet. Whatever had been happening when I heard the voices had stopped by the time I found the drawings. I took photos of the chalk drawings with my phone, documenting each table and the specific games that were drawn there. When I looked at the photos later, I counted at least 6 different games that I recognized from my own childhood, all of them private inventions that I'd never taught to anyone else. The next morning, I checked the picnic area again during daylight. The chalk drawings were gone, completely cleaned off as if they'd never been there. The table surfaces were clean and dry, with no residue or fading marks that would indicate recent chalk use. I showed the photos I'd taken to my supervisor, explaining that I'd found evidence of unauthorized visitors using the park during the closure. But when I looked at the photos on my phone, they showed empty picnic tables with no chalk drawings visible. Either the photos hadn't captured the chalk marks properly, or something had happened to the images between the time I took them and the time I tried to show them to someone else. I continued my night patrols for the rest of October, but I didn't hear the children's voices again. The picnic area remained quiet and undisturbed, and I found no further evidence of unauthorized access to the park. But I kept thinking about those chalk drawings and about the games I'd recognized from my own childhood. How could anyone else know about private games I'd invented 40 years ago? Games I'd played alone, never taught to friends, never mentioned to family members, never written down or recorded in any way. The only way someone could know about those games would be if they'd observed me playing them as a child. But that was impossible. We'd lived in different states, far from Oregon, and the places where I'd played those games were private yards and driveways where neighbors couldn't have seen what I was doing. I started researching the history of Silver Falls State Park, looking for any information that might explain the connection between my childhood memories and what I'd experienced during the closure. But I found nothing relevant, no tragic accidents involving children, no historical events that might create the kind of lingering presence that people sometimes report in old buildings or locations. Just a normal state park with a normal history of providing outdoor recreation for families and hikers. The park reopened to visitors in early November, and I went back to my regular routine of night patrols in an active facility. The work became normal again, checking on lake campers, monitoring for wildlife problems, handling the occasional emergency or maintenance issue. But I found myself paying special attention to the picnic area where I'd found the chalk drawings. During my patrols, I'd always walk past those tables and check them carefully, looking for any signs of unusual activity or unauthorized use. I never found chalk drawings again, but sometimes I'd notice other small details that seemed out of place. A picnic table that was slightly moved from its normal position. Leaves swept away from an area in patterns that didn't match natural wind dispersal. Small indentations in the grass that might have been footprints, but were too faint to be certain. Nothing dramatic or clearly supernatural, just subtle signs that something might have been happening in that area when no one was supposed to be around. What bothers me most is the personal nature of what I experienced. If I'd heard generic children's voices or found random chalk drawings, I could dismiss the whole thing as some kind of local kids accessing the park illegally. But the specific games, the private inventions from my own childhood that I'd never shared with anyone, that suggests something that knew details about my life that should be impossible for anyone else to know. And if something in that park has access to my private memories, to games I played alone 40 years ago in completely different locations, then what else does it know about me? What other private details from my past might it be aware of? And why would it choose to reveal that knowledge through chalk drawings of childhood games? I still work the night shift at Silver Falls, and I still walk past those picnic tables every night during my patrols. The park is busy again, full of families and hikers who seem to have perfectly normal experiences during their visits. But sometimes, in the quiet hours after midnight when the last campers have gone to sleep, I find myself listening for the sound of children playing games in the darkness, and wondering what they might draw on those tables if they knew I was watching. I'm Kim Patterson, and I've been working as a backcountry ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park for 15 years. It's work that teaches you to expect the unexpected lost hikers, weather emergencies, wildlife encounters, and the occasional situation that doesn't fit into any category you've dealt with before. You learn to stay calm, follow procedures, and document everything carefully. Because in the wilderness, small details can mean the difference between a successful rescue and a tragedy. But there's one case from the spring of 2024 that still doesn't make sense to me, no matter how many times I've gone over the details. It started as a routine discovery during a trail patrol and turned into something that challenges everything I thought I understood about missing persons cases and the reliability of physical evidence. I was doing my regular maintenance patrol on the Appalachian Trail section that runs through our park, checking trail conditions and looking for any hazards or problems that needed attention. It was early May, perfect weather for hiking, with the spring wildflowers in bloom and the forest canopy just starting to fill out after winter. About 6 miles into my patrol, near a trail junction marker where the AT intersects with the Chimney Tops Trail, I noticed something hanging from one of the wooden trail signs. A day pack, blue and gray, suspended from the post by its shoulder straps, like someone had hung it there temporarily while they took a break or consulted their map. That kind of thing happens occasionally. Hikers set their pack down, get distracted by something, and walk away without remembering to pick it up. Usually, they realize their mistake within a few hundred yards and come back for it. But this pack had been hanging there long enough that I noticed it from a distance, which suggested it had been abandoned for more than a few minutes. I approached the trail junction and examined the pack without disturbing it initially. It was a good quality pack, well maintained, with no obvious damage or wear that would suggest it had been abandoned for an extended period. There were no obvious identification tags on the outside, but I could see personal items through the mesh side pockets: a water bottle, some energy bars, what looked like a folding map. I called out in several directions, thinking the owner might be nearby, taking a break or answering nature's call. Hello. Someone left a pack at the trail junction. No response from the surrounding forest. After waiting about 10 minutes and calling out several more times, I decided to examine the pack more closely to see if I could identify the owner. When I lifted it down from the trail sign, I was surprised by how heavy it felt. Not the weight of an empty pack that had been hanging there for hours, but the solid weight of a pack that was fully loaded with gear and supplies. I opened the main compartment carefully, following our standard procedure for handling lost property. Inside, I found everything you'd expect from someone on a day hike: extra clothing layers, first aid kit, headlamp, rain jacket, and a lunch that looked like it had been packed that morning. The lunch was what caught my attention first. A sandwich wrapped in plastic, with one bite taken out of it. The bite looked fresh, with no browning or drying around the edges that you'd see if it had been sitting for more than an hour or two. Next to the sandwich was an apple with a few bites taken out of it, also looking fresh, and a bag of trail mix that was about half empty. It was like someone had been in the middle of eating lunch, taken a few bites, packed everything back up, and then just walked away. I looked through the pack more thoroughly, hoping to find some identification. In one of the internal pockets, I found a wallet containing a driver's license for Sarah Martinez, age 28, with an address in Atlanta, Georgia. The license photo showed a woman with dark hair and a friendly smile, the kind of face you'd expect to see on a day hiker enjoying the mountain. I also found a trail map of the Great Smoky Mountains, folded to show the section where I'd found the pack. There were no route markings or notes on the map, but it was positioned correctly for someone hiking the AT in either direction from that junction. What struck me as odd was the condition of everything in the pack, not just the fresh food, but the overall organization and cleanliness of the gear. This wasn't the pack of someone who'd been hiking for days or who'd gotten lost and disoriented. Everything was clean, properly organized, and arranged like someone had packed it carefully that morning for a planned day hike. I radioed back to the visitor center and reported finding abandoned gear with identification for Sarah Martinez. Dispatch confirmed that no one by that name had registered for backcountry camping, but day hikers weren't required to register, so that didn't necessarily mean anything. I secured the pack and continued my patrol, but I kept thinking about that half-eaten sandwich and the fresh bite marks in the apple. The timing felt wrong for gear that had been abandoned. If Sarah Martinez had left the pack there early in the morning, the food should have shown signs of aging by the time I found it in the afternoon. But everything looked like it had been packed and partially consumed within the past hour. That evening, I filed a missing person report with the local sheriff's department, providing Sarah's identification information and the location where I'd found her pack. The sheriff's office said they'd contact the Atlanta police to check on her welfare and determine when she'd last been seen. The response came back the next morning, and it was not what I expected. According to the Atlanta police, Sarah Martinez was at work at her job as a graphic designer for a marketing firm in downtown Atlanta. She'd been at work all week, including the day I'd found her pack in the Smoky Mountains. When they contacted her employer, they confirmed that Sarah had been a reliable employee for the past 2 years and had not requested any time off recently. The police spoke with Sarah directly, and she said she had no plans to visit Tennessee, had never been hiking in the Great Smoky Mountains, and had no idea why her driver's license would be found in a backpack on a trail 6 hours away from her home. I spoke with the detective who had interviewed Sarah, and he said she seemed genuinely confused and concerned about the situation. She wasn't evasive or defensive, just puzzled about how her identification had ended up so far from home. She confirmed that her driver's license was missing, but said she hadn't noticed because she rarely drove and kept her license in a drawer at home most of the time. The detective asked Sarah about her activities over the past few days, and she provided a detailed account that was corroborated by coworkers, security cameras at her office building, and electronic records from her transit card and credit card purchases. According to all available evidence, Sarah Martinez had been in Atlanta continuously for the past month, with no unexplained absences or gaps in her documented activities. But I had her driver's license, and I had a pack full of gear that someone had been using for a day hike in the mountains. I decided to investigate further on my own. I contacted the Atlanta police and asked if they could arrange for Sarah to provide more detailed information about the missing license and any other personal items that might be unaccounted for. I also asked if she could describe her hiking experience and whether she owned any outdoor gear. Sarah told the detective that she did enjoy hiking and had done some day hikes in North Georgia over the past few years. She owned basic hiking gear, boots, a pack, rain jacket, the kind of equipment I'd found at the trail junction. But she insisted that all of her gear was accounted for and stored in her apartment closet. The detective asked Sarah to check her gear and confirmed that nothing was missing. She called back an hour later, sounding shaken. Her hiking pack was gone, along with several items of outdoor gear and clothing, but she had no memory of packing them or planning any hiking trips. Even more disturbing, when she checked her kitchen, she found that items were missing that matched what I'd found in the pack. The same brand of energy bars, the same type of sandwich ingredients, even a specific variety of apple that she remembered buying at the grocery store a few days earlier. But Sarah maintained that she had no memory of packing any of those items, no plans to go hiking, and no idea how her gear and food had ended up in the Smoky Mountains while she was at work in Atlanta. I sent photos of the pack and its contents to the Atlanta police, and they showed them to Sarah. She identified most of the items as belonging to her, the pack, the rain jacket, the first aid kit, even the specific water bottle and trail map. But she couldn't explain how those items had gotten to Tennessee. The case was eventually classified as unusual, but not criminal. The working theory was that Sarah had experienced some kind of medical episode that caused temporary amnesia, during which she'd driven to Tennessee, gone hiking, and then somehow returned to Atlanta with no memory of the trip. But that theory had serious problems. Sarah's car never left Atlanta, according to parking records and security cameras at her apartment complex. She had no unexplained expenses that would suggest travel, no gaps in her work attendance, no physical evidence that she'd been anywhere other than her normal routine in Atlanta. And the timing didn't work. According to all the evidence, Sarah had been in Atlanta continuously, including the specific day when I found her pack with fresh food that looked like it had been packed that morning. I kept the case file active and continued investigating on my own time. I contacted other rangers in the region to see if they'd encountered similar situations, missing persons cases, where the individual was later found to be living normally in a distant location with no memory of travel. What I found was disturbing. Over the past 5 years, there had been at least 6 similar cases in national parks throughout the Southeast. Abandoned gear found on trails, identification leading to people who were living normal lives hundreds of miles away, with no memory of visiting the parks where their belongings were discovered. In every case, the missing persons were eventually located, living their regular lives in distant cities, with documented evidence that they'd never left home. But their personal belongings, packs, clothing, food, identification, were found in remote wilderness areas, often with signs of recent use. The patterns were consistent enough that I started to think there might be some kind of systematic issue that law enforcement wasn't recognizing, but I couldn't identify any common factors that would explain how multiple people could apparently be in 2 places simultaneously. I decided to visit Atlanta and meet Sarah Martinez in person, hoping that a face-to-face conversation might reveal details that weren't coming through in phone interviews with police. Sarah agreed to meet me at a coffee shop near her office. She was exactly as I'd expected from her driver's license: photo-friendly, professional, genuinely concerned about the situation, but not defensive or evasive. She seemed like any other person who'd gotten caught up in a strange bureaucratic mix-up. But when I showed her photos of the location where I'd found her pack, something changed in her expression. She stared at the images for a long time, then looked up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "I've dreamed about this place," she said quietly. "Not recently, but over the past few months, I've had recurring dreams about hiking on a trail that looks exactly like this. Always the same dream: I'm walking on a mountain trail, and I stop to eat lunch at a trail junction. But I never remember finishing the lunch or continuing the hike. The dream always ends while I'm sitting there eating." I asked her to describe the dreams in more detail. The location she described matched the trail junction where I'd found her pack. Exactly the wooden trail signs, the intersection of 2 trails, even the specific rock formation that was visible in the background of my photos. She also described the food she'd been eating in the dreams: a sandwich with turkey and cheese, a red apple, a bag of mixed nuts and dried fruit. The same items I'd found in the pack, in the same state of partial consumption. The weird thing is, Sarah said, I always wake up from those dreams feeling like I didn't finish something important, like I left something undone that I need to go back and complete. I asked if she'd ever considered actually visiting the Smoky Mountains to see if the location from her dreams was real. I've thought about it, she said, but I've been so busy with work and I don't really have time for travel right now. Plus, it's just a dream, right? It doesn't mean anything. But as she said it, she glanced out the window of the coffee shop with the same expression I'd seen when she looked at the photos, like she was expecting to see something that wasn't there, or like she was missing something that should have been obvious. I flew back to Tennessee that evening, more confused than when I'd arrived. Sarah Martinez was clearly a real person living a real life in Atlanta. But someone had been using her gear, eating her food, and carrying her identification on a trail in the Smoky Mountains on a day when she was documentably at work 6 hours away. The case remains open in my files, though officially it's been resolved. Sarah got her driver's license replaced, and the pack and gear were returned to her through the mail. As far as the system is concerned, it was just an unusual case of lost property that was successfully returned to its owner. But I still think about that half-eaten sandwich and about the fresh bite marks in the apple that looked like they'd been made minutes before I found them. I think about Sarah's dreams of hiking a trail she claimed never to have visited, and about her expression when she looked at photos of a place that should have been completely unfamiliar. And I wonder if there are other versions of people walking trails in parks across the country, carrying out lives that their documented selves never remember living. People who pack lunches and start hikes they never finish, leaving behind evidence of experiences that officially never happened. Sometimes, when I'm patrolling that section of the Appalachian Trail, I find myself looking more carefully at day hikers I encounter, wondering if they're the people they appear to be, or if they're somehow living experiences that their other selves will never remember, and wondering what happens to the hikes that never get finished, and the sandwiches that never get completely eaten. My name is Sarah Kellerman, and I've been working seasonal fire lookout positions for the Forest Service for 8 years. It's solitary work that suits my temperament, spending months alone in remote towers, watching for smoke, monitoring weather conditions, and maintaining communication with dispatch. You learn to be comfortable with your own company, to find routine in isolation, and to trust your observations when you're the only set of eyes covering thousands of acres of wilderness. But my assignment to the Rattlesnake Ridge Fire Tower during the summer of 2023 left me questioning my own memory, my professional competence, and my understanding of what it means to be truly alone in the wilderness. Rattlesnake Ridge is one of the most remote lookout positions in the Clearwater National Forest, accessible only by a rough four-wheel drive road that takes about 3 hours to navigate from the nearest ranger station. The tower sits on a granite outcrop at 7,200 feet elevation, providing an unobstructed view of the surrounding wilderness for about 40 miles in every direction. I'd requested the assignment specifically because of its isolation. After several years working towers that received regular visits from hikers, researchers, and maintenance crews, I was looking forward to a truly solitary experience, where I could focus entirely on fire detection without the distractions of managing visitors or dealing with curious tourists. The tower itself is a classic 30s-era civilian conservation corps structure, a small cabin mounted on steel legs about 60 feet above the ridge, with windows on all sides and a wraparound deck for exterior observations. Basic but functional, with everything I needed for a 3-month assignment: weather monitoring equipment, radio communications, cooking facilities, and enough storage space for supplies and personal gear. I was flown in by helicopter on June 1st, along with my supplies and equipment for the season. The helicopter crew helped me get settled, went over the communication protocols and emergency procedures, and flew back out that same afternoon. By evening, I was completely alone on Rattlesnake Ridge, exactly as I'd wanted. The first few weeks fell into the routine I'd expected. Up before dawn to check weather conditions and radio the morning report to dispatch. Days spent scanning the horizons for smoke, updating weather data, maintaining the tower and its equipment, evenings reading, writing in my journal, and preparing for the next day's observations. The work was peaceful and methodical, the kind of solitary rhythm that had drawn me to fire lookout work in the first place. I saw no other people, had no visitors, and maintained contact with the outside world only through scheduled radio communications with dispatch. But looking back now, I realized there were details from those early weeks that should have made me more attentive to what was actually happening on Rattlesnake Ridge. I kept finding myself making more coffee than I needed. Not dramatically more, just consistently brewing enough for 2 cups instead of 1. I'd catch myself doing it and assume I was just being absent-minded, maybe making extra out of habit from my regular life, where I often made coffee for friends or roommates. I also noticed that I was using supplies slightly faster than I'd planned. Food items, toiletries, even things like soap and toothpaste seemed to be running lower than they should have been, based on my consumption tracking. Nothing dramatic, just the kind of small discrepancies that made me think I needed to be more careful about monitoring my usage. There were other minor things. I'd sometimes find the tower's guest register book moved from where I remembered leaving it, or opened to pages I didn't recall reading. The book contained entries from previous seasons, mostly notes from hikers and other Forest Service personnel who'd visited the tower over the years. But again, I attributed these things to the isolation and the repetitive nature of the work. When you're alone for weeks, your attention to small details can become either obsessively sharp or surprisingly unreliable. It wasn't until early August, when I was about 2/3 through my assignment, that I started to recognize something was genuinely wrong. I'd been having increasingly vivid dreams about conversations. Not unusual dreams where the content was strange or surreal, but remarkably ordinary dreams about having normal conversations with someone while I was working in the tower. Discussions about weather patterns, wildlife observations, the view from different windows. The dreams felt more like memories than typical dream content specific, detailed, with the kind of mundane consistency that characterizes real conversations rather than dream logic. In these dreams, I was talking with someone named M. Hartwell, who seemed to know a lot about fire tower operations and wilderness observation techniques. We discussed the day's weather readings, compare notes about animal behavior in the area, and review procedures for reporting smoke sightings. The conversations felt professional and familiar, like I was talking with an experienced colleague who understood the work and shared my interest in careful observation and accurate reporting. But when I woke up each morning, I was always alone in the tower, with no evidence that anyone else had been there. I started to worry that the isolation was affecting me more than I'd realized. Extended solitude can cause psychological symptoms, and vivid dreams about social interaction are one of the ways the mind responds to prolonged lack of human contact. But the dreams were becoming more frequent and more detailed, and they were starting to feel less like dreams and more like memories of actual conversations that I was somehow forgetting during my waking hours. I decided to be more systematic about documenting my daily activities, partly to monitor my psychological state and partly to have a clear record of what was actually happening versus what I might be imagining. That's when I discovered the visitor log entries. The guest register book contained daily signatures from someone named M. Hartwell beginning on June 2nd, the day after I'd arrived at the tower, and continuing through every single day of my assignment up to that point. The entries were brief but detailed, documenting weather observations, wildlife sightings, and general comments about tower operations. The handwriting was neat and professional, the kind of careful documentation you'd expect from someone with experience in fire tower work. But I had no memory of anyone named M. Hartwell visiting the tower. No memory of meeting this person, talking with them, or allowing them to sign the guest register. According to the log entries, M. Hartwell had been at the tower every single day for over 2 months, making observations, contributing to weather monitoring, and apparently working alongside me in tower operations. But I was supposed to be alone. I'd seen no vehicles on the access road, no hikers approaching the tower, no aircraft landing or dropping off personnel. I'd had no official visitors scheduled, no maintenance crews assigned, no researchers or other Forest Service personnel who were supposed to be working in the area. I radioed dispatch to ask about authorized visitors to Rattlesnake Ridge during my assignment. The response was clear. No visitors were scheduled or authorized. I was supposed to be the only person at the tower for the entire 3-month period. But the visitor log showed daily evidence of someone else being there, someone who knew enough about fire tower operations to make professional quality observations, and who had apparently been working with me closely enough to document detailed daily activities. I asked dispatch about anyone named M. Hartwell who might be working in the forest system. They checked personnel databases and found no current employees with that name, and no former employees who had authorization to visit fire towers. That's when dispatch asked me about my visitor protocols, and I realized something that made me deeply uncomfortable. I had been setting out 2 cups of coffee every morning. Not occasionally, not absent-mindedly, but systematically. Every single morning for over 2 months, I'd prepare coffee for 2 people, set both cups on the table, and then apparently drink both cups myself throughout the morning. But I had no conscious memory of deciding to make coffee for 2 people. And I had no explanation for why I would consistently do that when I was supposed to be alone. I also realized that many of my daily routines had been structured around accommodating 2 people. I'd been preparing meals in portions that were too large for one person, setting up my workspace with 2 chairs at the observation table, and organizing equipment in ways that suggested I was sharing the tower with someone else. But I had no memory of sharing the tower with anyone. I spent the next several days carefully observing my own behavior, trying to catch myself in the act of preparing for a visitor I didn't remember expecting. What I found was disturbing. I would begin each morning with the intention of making coffee just for myself, but I'd automatically reach for 2 cups, set them both on the counter, and prepare coffee for 2 people. The behavior was so automatic that I had to consciously stop myself from falling into the pattern. The same thing happened with meals, with setting up my workspace, and with organizing my daily routines. I was consistently behaving as if someone else was present, even though I was consciously aware that I was alone. I started to wonder if I was experiencing some kind of dissociative condition, where I was creating a companion personality to cope with the isolation and then forgetting about the episodes where I interacted with this imaginary person. But the visitor log entries were written in handwriting that looked different from my own, and they contained observations and details that didn't match my memory of what I'd seen or done on specific days. I compared the handwriting in the M. Hartwell entries with my own journal entries and official reports. The writing styles were distinctly different. Different letter formations, different pen pressure, different vocabulary and phrasing patterns. If I was creating these entries during dissociative episodes, I was somehow changing my handwriting and my writing style in ways that seemed beyond what I'd expect from a psychological condition. I decided to set up a test. I positioned a small camera to record the interior of the tower during times when I thought I might be interacting with this M. Hartwell person. I also placed tape across the guest register book so that I'd be able to tell if it was opened when I wasn't consciously aware of it. The next morning, I found the tape broken and a new entry in the visitor log from M. Hartwell, documenting weather observations that matched what I remembered from the previous day. But when I reviewed the camera footage, it showed only me, alone in the tower, going through my normal routines. There was no evidence of me writing in the guest register, no footage of me breaking the tape, and no indication of when or how the new entry had been made. But somehow, between the time I'd sealed the book and the time I'd checked it the next morning, someone had opened it and written a detailed entry about the previous day's activities. I completed my assignment at Rattlesnake Ridge in early September, flying out with the same helicopter crew that had brought me in 3 months earlier. During the flight, the pilot asked how my assignment had gone and whether I'd had any problems with the isolation. I told him it had been a routine assignment, but that I'd had some questions about visitor protocols. He looked confused and said that Rattlesnake Ridge was one of their most isolated positions, and that visitors were extremely rare because of the difficult access road and remote location. In fact, he said, you're probably the first person to spend more than a day or two up there in about 5 years. Most people can't handle that level of isolation. When I got back to the ranger station, I turned in my official reports along with the tower's guest register book. A few days later, my supervisor called to ask about the visitor log entries from M. Hartwell. We're trying to figure out who this person is, he said. The entries show someone with professional level knowledge of fire tower operations, but we can't find any record of anyone by that name being authorized to visit the tower during your assignment. I explained that I had no memory of meeting anyone named M. Hartwell, and that I'd been as puzzled by the log entries as he was. The strange thing is, my supervisor continued, we called the previous tower operator who worked Rattlesnake Ridge back in 2018, and he said the same thing happened during his assignment. Daily visitor log entries from someone named M. Hartwell, but no memory of actually meeting this person. He paused for a moment, then added, we're starting to think there might be someone accessing the tower without authorization. Maybe someone with a background in Forest Service work who knows how to approach the site without being detected. But I knew that wasn't right. I'd been alert and observant during my entire assignment, and I would have noticed unauthorized visitors, especially someone who was apparently spending enough time at the tower to make daily log entries. And I couldn't explain the coffee cups, or the automatic behavior of preparing for 2 people, or the sense that I'd been having detailed conversations with someone whose voice I could almost remember, but whose face I'd never seen. I've been back to working fire towers since that assignment, but I always request positions that receive regular visitors or have other staff nearby. I tell myself it's because I prefer the social interaction, but really, it's because I'm not sure I trust my own memory when I'm completely alone. Sometimes, when I'm working alone, even for a few hours, I catch myself reaching for 2 coffee cups instead of 1. And sometimes, late in the evening when the forest is quiet, I find myself listening for the sound of someone climbing the stairs to the tower, someone who knows enough about fire lookout work to carry on detailed conversations about weather patterns and wildlife observations, someone who might sign the visitor log every day, but who I'll never quite remember meeting. My name is Dave Hernandez, and I've been supervising ranger operations in the Sequoia National Forest for 19 years. It's work that requires managing both people and territory, coordinating patrol schedules, overseeing visitor services, and making sure our rangers are where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. You learn to keep track of personnel, equipment, and coverage areas with the kind of precision that comes from knowing that lives depend on having the right person in the right place at the right time. But in the summer of 2024, I started getting reports that challenged everything I thought I knew about my district's staffing and the rangers under my supervision. It began with a routine thank you letter from a family who'd visited the forest in July. They wanted to express their appreciation for a ranger who'd helped them when they got lost on the Mule Peak Trail system. According to their letter, the ranger had provided excellent directions, helped them identify their location on a map, and made sure they had enough water for the hike back to their car. The family was effusive in their praise for the ranger's professionalism and knowledge of the area. They said he'd clearly been working those trails for many years and knew every landmark, every junction, and every potential hazard along the route. What caught my attention was their description of where this encounter had taken place. The Mule Peak area is one of our more remote sections, accessed by a network of old logging roads and maintained primarily for wilderness recreation rather than heavy visitor traffic. We typically patrol that area only once or twice a month, and I hadn't scheduled any of my rangers to be working there during the time frame the family described. I checked our duty rosters and patrol logs for July. None of my rangers had been assigned to the Mule Peak area on the day the family mentioned, and none of them had filed reports about assisting lost hikers in that location. I called the family to get more details about their encounter. They described a ranger in his 50s or 60s, with gray hair and a weathered face, wearing a standard Forest Service uniform, with a name tag they remembered as Michaels or something similar. They said he'd been extremely helpful and had seemed very familiar with the trail system, like someone who'd been working the area for decades. The description didn't match any of my current staff. I have 2 rangers who work the remote areas regularly, but both are younger men who don't fit the physical description the family provided. I also checked with neighboring districts to see if any of their personnel had been working in our area, but found no record of cross-district assignments that would explain the encounter. Over the following weeks, I received 3 more similar reports. A solo hiker who'd gotten disoriented near Granite Creek said a ranger had helped him relocate the main trail and had given him advice about weather conditions. A couple camping at one of the dispersed sites reported that a ranger had stopped by their camp to check on their campfire and had provided information about local wildlife activity. In each case, the descriptions were consistent. An older ranger, very knowledgeable about the area, professional and helpful, wearing a standard uniform with a name tag that people remembered as Michaels or something close to that. And in each case, I had no record of any of my rangers being in those areas during the times when these encounters supposedly took place. I started to worry that someone was impersonating a Forest Service ranger, either for malicious purposes or as some kind of misguided attempt to be helpful. Impersonating federal officers is a serious crime, and it also creates liability issues if someone without proper training is giving advice to visitors in potentially dangerous wilderness areas. I organized additional patrols of the areas where the sightings had been reported, hoping to identify and confront whoever was representing themselves as a Forest Service ranger without authorization. I also briefed my staff about the reports and asked them to be alert for anyone in unauthorized uniform or anyone claiming to be a ranger who wasn't part of our district personnel. But the patrols didn't turn up any evidence of unauthorized individuals, and my rangers reported no encounters with anyone claiming to be Forest Service personnel. Meanwhile, the reports kept coming in, always the same general description, always in remote areas of the district, always involving helpful interactions with visitors who were lost, confused, or in need of assistance. What bothered me most was how consistent the descriptions were. People were describing someone who clearly knew the area extremely well, who understood Forest Service protocols and procedures, and who was providing accurate and helpful information to visitors. This wasn't some random person pretending to be a ranger for kicks. Whoever this was had extensive knowledge of wilderness, safety, local geography, and proper ranger procedures. I decided to review our personnel files more thoroughly, looking for any former employees who might be familiar with the areas where the sightings were occurring, and who might fit the physical description people were providing. That's when I found the file for Ranger William Michaels. Michaels had worked for the Forest Service for 31 years, from 1956 to 1987. For the last 15 years of his career, he'd been assigned to what was then called the Mule Peak District, covering exactly the areas where visitors had been reporting encounters with the unidentified ranger. According to his personnel file, Michaels was considered one of the most knowledgeable and dedicated rangers in the forest. He'd started as a seasonal employee right out of high school and had worked his way up to a senior ranger position, specializing in backcountry patrol and visitor services in remote areas. The physical description in his file matched what visitors had been reporting: a man in his late 50s, gray hair, weathered features from years of outdoor work. His supervisor evaluations consistently praised his knowledge of local geography, his skill at helping lost hikers, and his commitment to visitor safety. Ranger Michaels had disappeared during a solo patrol on October 12, 1987. He'd been checking on campfire restrictions in the Granite Creek area and was expected back at the station by evening. When he didn't return, a search was organized that continued for 2 weeks. His vehicle was found parked at the Granite Creek trailhead with his personal belongings and overnight gear still inside. Search teams covered hundreds of square miles of wilderness, but found no trace of Michaels or any indication of what had happened to him. The case remained open for several years, but eventually Michaels was declared presumed dead, probably the victim of an accident in remote terrain where his body couldn't be located by search teams. I sat in my office for a long time, looking at Michaels' personnel file and comparing the information with the reports I'd been receiving from visitors. The physical descriptions matched perfectly. The areas where he'd worked matched the locations where people were reporting encounters with the unidentified ranger. Even the name tag detail matched visitors were remembering Michaels or something similar. But William Michaels had disappeared 37 years ago. Even if he'd somehow survived whatever happened to him in 1987, he'd be in his 90s now, not the 50s or 60s that people were describing. I decided to interview some of the visitors who'd reported encounters more thoroughly, hoping to get additional details that might help explain what was happening. The solo hiker who'd been helped near Granite Creek was particularly detailed in his recollections. He said the ranger had not only helped him find the correct trail, but had also warned him about a washout about 2 miles ahead that would require a detour. When I checked our trail maintenance records, there was indeed a washout in that location, but it was one that had developed only a few weeks earlier and hadn't been widely reported yet. The couple who'd been visited at their campsite said the ranger had warned them about increased bear activity in the area and had suggested specific precautions for storing their food. When I checked with our wildlife specialist, she confirmed that we'd been tracking a problem bear in that area, but the information hadn't been distributed to the public yet. In both cases, the ranger had provided information that was current and accurate, but that wouldn't have been available to someone who wasn't actively working in the forest and receiving regular updates on conditions and hazards. I started to think that maybe one of my rangers was working unauthorized patrols in their off time, possibly someone who felt we weren't providing adequate coverage in the remote areas. But when I checked timesheets and schedules, all of my personnel were accounted for during the times when the encounters were reported. I also considered the possibility that a retired ranger might be unofficially patrolling areas where he'd worked previously, someone with enough experience and knowledge to provide helpful assistance to visitors. But when I contacted retired personnel who'd worked the district, none of them matched the physical descriptions, and none admitted to informal patrol activities. The reports continued through the rest of the summer and into early fall. Always the same pattern: helpful encounters with a knowledgeable ranger in remote areas. Always someone who fit the description of William Michaels, always providing accurate and current information about trail conditions and safety hazards. In late September, I decided to spend several days camping and patrolling in the areas where the encounters had been reported, hoping to observe whatever was happening directly. I set up camp near the Granite Creek trailhead, the same area where Michaels had disappeared in 1987. For 3 days, I hiked the trail system, monitored the campgrounds, and tried to position myself where I might encounter whoever was providing assistance to visitors. On the third evening, just before dark, I was hiking back toward my camp when I saw someone in a Forest Service uniform about 100 yards ahead of me on the trail. The figure was walking away from me, moving at the steady pace of someone familiar with the terrain. I called out, identifying myself and asking the person to stop. The figure continued walking without acknowledging my call. I picked up my pace, trying to close the distance, but the person ahead of me maintained the same steady pace without looking back. I followed for about half a mile, calling out several more times, but never got close enough to see the person clearly or get their attention. Eventually, I lost sight of them as the trail curved through a dense stand of trees. When I reached the area where I'd last seen the figure, I found no footprints, no signs that anyone had passed through recently, and no indication of where the person might have gone. I spent the next morning searching the area more thoroughly, looking for any evidence of someone camping or working in the vicinity. I found nothing, no gear, no campsite, no tracks, no signs of human presence, other than the normal evidence of day hikers and campers using the established trails and facilities. But that afternoon, I received another report. A family had gotten lost on the Mule Peak Trail and had been assisted by a helpful ranger who'd provided directions and safety advice. The encounter had taken place about the same time I'd been following the figure on the Granite Creek Trail, in an area that would have been at least a 2-hour hike from where I'd lost sight of the person in uniform. I filed my own report about the incident, documenting what I'd observed without drawing any conclusions about what it might mean. Officially, I continued to treat the situation as a case of someone impersonating a ranger, possibly a well-meaning individual with extensive knowledge of the area, who was trying to be helpful without understanding the legal and liability issues involved. But privately, I started to accept that there might not be a conventional explanation for what was happening in my district. Over the winter, the reports stopped, which made sense if someone was actually working outdoors in areas that become inaccessible during snow season. But when spring arrived and visitor activity resumed, the encounters started up again with the same consistent pattern, always the same physical description. Always in the remote areas where William Michaels had worked for 15 years, always involving helpful and knowledgeable assistance provided by someone who understood current conditions and hazards. I've been dealing with these reports for over a year now, and I've stopped trying to find a conventional explanation. My district is large and remote, with hundreds of square miles of wilderness that receive minimal human contact for months at a time. If someone wants to move through that terrain without being detected by official patrols, it wouldn't be difficult. But I also know that whoever is helping these visitors has access to current information about trail conditions, wildlife activity, and safety hazards that would only be available to someone actively working in the forest system. And I know that the physical descriptions people provide match exactly with the personnel file of a ranger who disappeared 37 years ago while working alone in the same areas where these encounters continue to take place. Sometimes, when I'm working late in my office and reviewing patrol schedules and coverage maps, I find myself wondering whether effective wilderness protection requires a different kind of presence than what we can provide with regular personnel and conventional patrol methods. Whether some areas need the kind of attention that comes from someone who knows every trail, every hazard, and every landmark, not just from years of training, but from decades of dedication that might transcend the normal boundaries of employment and service. And whether William Michaels might still be working his patrol route, helping lost visitors, and maintaining the standards of wilderness protection that he upheld for 31 years before he disappeared into the forest that had become his life's work. My name is Maya Chen, and I work as a research assistant for the Pacific Northwest Research Station, specializing in avian population studies and habitat monitoring. For the past 6 years, I've been conducting field research in remote forest locations, spending weeks or months alone collecting acoustic data, tracking bird behavior, and documenting changes in wilderness ecosystems. It's solitary work that requires patience, attention to detail, and comfort with extended periods of isolation in challenging terrain. You learn to distinguish between dozens of different bird calls, to recognize the subtle audio signatures of different species, and to identify patterns in natural soundscapes that reveal information about forest health and wildlife populations. But during my assignment to the Elk Creek Research Site in the summer of 2024, I encountered acoustic patterns that didn't fit any category of natural sound I'd been trained to recognize, and that ultimately forced me to question whether I was truly alone in that remote section of the Cascade Wilderness. The Elk Creek site is located about 15 miles from the nearest Forest Service road, accessible only by hiking trail through dense old-growth forest. It's an ideal location for studying bird populations because it receives minimal human disturbance, allowing researchers to document natural behavior patterns without the interference of recreational activity or mechanical noise. I'd been assigned to spend 8 weeks at the site, conducting dawn chorus recordings and behavioral observations as part of a long-term study on climate change impacts on migratory bird populations. My equipment included sensitive directional microphones, digital recording systems, and analysis software that could identify individual species and track changes in population density over time. The work routine was straightforward but demanding. They're up before dawn to set up recording equipment, 6 hours of active monitoring and data collection, afternoon time for preliminary analysis and equipment maintenance, evening time for report writing and preparation for the next day's observations. I was completely alone at the site, with communication to the outside world limited to weekly radio check-ins with my supervisor and emergency satellite communication in case of serious problems. The isolation was part of the research design, minimizing human presence to get the most accurate possible picture of natural ecosystem behavior. For the first 3 weeks, everything proceeded according to plan. I was collecting high-quality audio recordings, documenting seasonal changes in bird activity, and building a comprehensive database of species populations and behavioral patterns. The work was productive and scientifically valuable, exactly the kind of systematic data collection that forms the foundation for understanding how wilderness ecosystems respond to environmental changes. But during the 4th week, I started noticing something unusual in my dawn recordings. Mixed in with the natural bird calls and forest sounds, there was a human whistle pattern that appeared consistently in recordings made between 5:30 and 6 in the morning. Not a random whistle or casual human sound, but a deliberate, structured pattern that repeated with the kind of regularity that suggested intentional communication. The whistle pattern was distinctive: 3 short notes, followed by 2 long notes, then a pause, then 3 short notes again. It appeared in recordings made on different days, always at roughly the same time, always with the same tonal structure and timing. At first, I assumed I was somehow picking up sounds from other researchers or Forest Service personnel working in adjacent areas. Radio waves and acoustic signals can travel unexpectedly in forest environments, and it's possible to record sounds that originate from sources miles away if atmospheric conditions are right. But when I checked with my supervisor about other research projects or Forest Service activities in the region, she confirmed that no other personnel were assigned to work within 20 miles of my site during the time period when I was recording the whistle patterns. I also analyzed the audio more carefully, using software that could determine the approximate distance and direction of sound sources. The whistle patterns were coming from somewhere within a few hundred yards of my recording equipment, not from distant sources that might be carrying on radio frequencies or atmospheric effects. Someone was whistling in the forest near my research site every morning at dawn, using a structured pattern that suggested intentional signaling rather than casual human activity. I started paying more attention to my surroundings during the dawn recording sessions, listening for any indication of human presence in the area, but I never heard footsteps, voices, or equipment sounds that would suggest other people were nearby. Just the whistle pattern, clear and consistent in my recordings, but apparently coming from someone I couldn't detect directly. I also began documenting the whistle patterns more systematically, creating detailed audio analyses that tracked the timing, frequency, and directional characteristics of the signals. What I found was that the patterns were remarkably consistent: the same tonal structure, the same timing intervals, the same apparent source location relative to my recording equipment. It was like someone was following a precise protocol for wilderness signaling, using techniques that required training and discipline to execute consistently over multiple days. I decided to research whistle patterns used in Forest Service and search and rescue operations, thinking that the signals might be related to some kind of official activity that I wasn't aware of. What I found was both illuminating and disturbing. The whistle pattern I was recording matched exactly with a search communication protocol that had been used by Forest Service rangers in the 1960s and early 70s. It was part of a systematic approach to coordinating search teams in wilderness areas before the introduction of portable radio equipment. According to the historical documents I found, Rangers would use specific whistle patterns to signal their location, communicate their status, and coordinate movement during search operations. The 3 short, 2 long pattern I was recording was designated as a position confirmation signal, used to indicate that a searcher was in their assigned area and continuing systematic coverage. But the protocol had been discontinued in the mid-1970s when radio communication became standard for wilderness operations. Current Forest Service personnel wouldn't have been trained in the whistle patterns, and there was no reason for anyone to be using obsolete signaling methods in contemporary wilderness work. I contacted the Regional Forest Service office to ask whether any retired personnel might be working in the area, possibly someone with historical knowledge of the old whistle protocols. But they confirmed that no retired or volunteer personnel were authorized to work in the Elk Creek area, and that current operations in the region didn't involve any search activities that would require signaling. This left me with a troubling question. Who was using a 60-year-old Forest Service search protocol in a remote wilderness area where no official personnel were assigned? I decided to try responding to the whistle patterns, thinking that if someone was indeed signaling according to Forest Service protocols, they might respond to appropriate countersignals. I researched the historical documentation and found that the proper response to a position confirmation whistle was a 2 short, 1 long pattern that indicated acknowledgement and continued coordination. The next morning, when I heard the familiar 3 short, 2 long pattern in my recordings, I whistled back using the historical response protocol. The forest fell completely silent, not just quiet, but utterly silent in a way that felt unnatural for a healthy ecosystem. No bird calls, no insect sounds, no wind in the trees, just complete silence that lasted for about 10 minutes before normal forest sounds gradually resumed. But the whistle patterns stopped appearing in my recordings after that morning. For the next 3 days, my dawn audio contained only natural sounds, bird calls, wind, water, the normal acoustic signature of a forest ecosystem without human presence. I started to think that whoever had been whistling had moved on, possibly completing whatever activity had brought them to the area. But on the 4th morning, the patterns resumed, with a different structure that I didn't recognize from the historical protocols I'd researched. The new pattern was more complex, a series of short and long notes arranged in groups, with specific timing intervals between groups. It sounded like a more sophisticated communication system, possibly designed to convey detailed information rather than simple status updates. I spent that afternoon researching more advanced Forest Service communication protocols, looking for historical documentation that might explain the new whistle patterns. What I found was disturbing. The complex whistle patterns I was now recording matched a search coordination system that had been developed in the late 1960s for extended wilderness operations. It was designed for situations where search teams might be deployed for days or weeks in remote areas, requiring detailed communication about terrain conditions, hazards, and search progress. But according to the documents, this system had only been used in a few specific operations, and it had been classified for years due to its association with search efforts for missing personnel rather than civilian rescues. The whistle patterns were essentially a code system for communicating information about searches that weren't expected to be successful, operations focused on recovery rather than rescue, where teams needed to coordinate systematically through terrain, where people had disappeared without explanation. I was recording communication patterns designed for searches where the searchers themselves might not expect to return. I decided to end my assignment early. I radioed my supervisor and explained that I was experiencing equipment problems that would prevent me from completing the full 8-week data collection period. She was disappointed, but understood that technical issues sometimes made it impossible to continue field research. I packed my equipment and hiked out of the Elk Creek area 2 days later, leaving behind 3 weeks of planned research. During my hike to the trailhead, I listened carefully for any whistles or human sounds. But the forest was quiet, except for normal bird and wildlife activity. But when I reviewed my final recordings back at the research station, I found something that made me question everything I thought I understood about what had been happening at the Elk Creek site. The complex whistle patterns had continued throughout my last night at the research site, but they were now being answered by other whistle patterns coming from different directions. Not just one person signaling, but multiple sources scattered throughout the forest, all using the same historical search coordination protocol. It sounded like an entire search team, methodically working through the wilderness, using communication methods that had been obsolete for 50 years. I submitted my research data and final report without mentioning the whistle patterns or my early departure from the site. Officially, my assignment had been successful, producing valuable data about bird populations and forest ecosystem health. But I kept copies of the audio recordings that contained the whistle patterns, and I've spent considerable time since then trying to understand what I documented during those weeks at Elk Creek. I've researched missing persons cases in the area, looking for historical incidents that might explain why someone would be using search protocols in that particular location. What I found was a pattern of disappearances dating back to the 1960s, when the whistle communication systems were first developed. Over the past 60 years, at least 12 people have disappeared in the Elk Creek watershed. Hikers, researchers, Forest Service personnel, all vanishing without trace in an area that covers maybe 50 square miles of wilderness. Most of the disappearances occurred during the summer months, when forest access is easiest and when research activities like mine are typically conducted. Several of the missing persons were last seen near the same area where I'd set up my recording equipment. I also found records of search operations from the 1970s and 80s, multi-week efforts that deployed teams throughout the Elk Creek area using the whistle communication protocols I'd recorded. But none of those searches were successful, and eventually the area was classified as too hazardous for extended search operations. The official explanation was that the terrain was too difficult and the wilderness too extensive for effective search coverage. But reading between the lines of the reports, it seemed like the search teams themselves had experienced problems that made continued operations inadvisable. I've never returned to the Elk Creek area, and I've declined assignments to other remote research sites in the Cascade region. I tell myself it's because I prefer working closer to civilization, but really it's because I'm not sure I want to find out what might be listening when I set up sensitive recording equipment in places where people have been disappearing for decades. Sometimes, when I'm analyzing audio data from my current research sites, I catch myself listening for whistle patterns in the background noise. And sometimes, late at night when I'm reviewing recordings alone in my lab, I think I can almost hear those systematic search signals, still methodically working through some operation that began 60 years ago and never quite ended. Still coordinating through terrain where the searchers know they might not return, using communication protocols designed for operations where success isn't expected and where the real purpose might be something other than finding the people who disappeared. My name is Jennifer Foster, and I've been processing camping permits and managing backcountry reservations at Yellowstone National Park for 12 years. It's detailed administrative work that requires keeping track of hundreds of permits, coordinating site assignments, and making sure our camping areas don't exceed capacity during peak season. You learn to be systematic about documentation, to double-check details, and to maintain accurate records, because camper safety and resource protection depend on knowing exactly who is supposed to be where at any given time. But in late September of 2024, I encountered a permit discrepancy that challenged everything I thought I understood about our reservation system and left me questioning whether our records always document what actually happens in the backcountry. The Henderson family permit came through our online system on a Tuesday afternoon, a straightforward request for 3 nights of backcountry camping at Site 12 in the Lamar Valley area. Family of 4, 2 adults and 2 children, requesting a site for Thursday through Sunday of that week. Nothing unusual about the request. The Hendersons had provided all the required information, paid the permit fees, and specified their intended activities as hiking and wildlife observation. Their contact information showed a home address in Colorado, and they'd indicated this was their first visit to Yellowstone's backcountry areas. I processed the permit according to standard procedures, assigned them to Site 12, which was available for their requested dates, and sent the confirmation along with the required information about backcountry regulations and leave no trace principles. The kind of routine transaction I handled dozens of times during camping season. On Friday afternoon, I received a call from another ranger who was conducting routine patrols in the Lamar Valley area. He wanted to confirm the details for the Henderson family permit because he'd found some inconsistencies at their assigned campsite. According to Ranger Martinez, Site 12 showed evidence of recent camping activity, but the setup looked like it had been there much longer than the 2 days since the Hendersons were supposed to have arrived. The campsite contained gear and equipment that appeared weathered and aged, arranged in ways that suggested long-term occupation rather than a family on a weekend camping trip. I pulled up the Henderson permit on my computer and confirmed the details with Martinez. Site 12, Thursday through Sunday, family of 4 from Colorado. But Martinez said the campsite looked like someone had been camping there for weeks or possibly months, and the equipment didn't match what you'd expect from a family with children on their first backcountry trip. I decided to drive out to Site 12 myself to assess the situation. Site discrepancies can indicate permit violations, unauthorized camping, or safety issues that need immediate attention. As the person responsible for backcountry permits in that area, I needed to understand what was happening at a site that was supposed to be occupied by a family I'd personally cleared for camping. The drive to the Lamar Valley Backcountry Access Point takes about 45 minutes from the main visitor center, and Site 12 is another mile hike from the parking area. It's a popular location during peak season because it offers good wildlife viewing opportunities and access to several hiking trails. But by late September, most families with children have ended their camping season. When I reached Site 12, I immediately understood why Martinez had been concerned. The campsite contained a complete setup that looked like it had been in place for an extended period. Not a weekend family camping trip, but a semi-permanent installation that showed signs of long-term habitation and weather exposure. There was a large canvas tent, much bigger than what a family of 4 would typically use for a short backcountry trip. The tent was weathered and faded, with patches and repairs that suggested it had been exposed to multiple weather cycles. Guy lines and stakes were settled into the ground in ways that indicated they'd been in place for weeks or months. Around the tent were camp furniture and equipment that didn't match typical family camping gear. Elaborate cooking setups, multiple water storage containers, camp tools, and maintenance equipment that suggested someone was planning to stay in the location for an extended period. Most disturbing was the overall condition of the campsite. Everything was organized and well maintained, but it all showed the kind of weathering and wear that comes from extended exposure to outdoor conditions. This wasn't abandoned gear that had been left behind. It was an active campsite that had been in use for much longer than the 2 days covered by the Henderson family permit. I walked through the site carefully, documenting what I found and looking for any identification or contact information that might explain who was actually camping there. But I found no personal items, no identification, no indication of who might be responsible for the long-term occupation of a site that was supposed to be reserved for a short-term family visit. I also looked for any signs that a family with children had been using the site recently. No children's clothing, no family-oriented gear, no toys or games that you'd expect to find at a campsite occupied by kids. Just the weathered equipment and semi-permanent setup that suggested single adult or possibly 2 adult occupants who had been there for weeks. I took photos of the site and documented the discrepancies between what the permit specified and what I was actually finding. Then I hiked back to my vehicle and radioed the information to dispatch, requesting guidance on how to handle a permit violation of this magnitude. Dispatch advised me to contact the Henderson family directly to get clarification about their camping activities and to determine whether they were aware that their permitted site was being occupied by someone else. I called the phone number listed on their permit application that evening. Michael Henderson answered, and he sounded genuinely confused when I explained why I was calling. According to Henderson, his family had not yet traveled to Yellowstone. They were still in Colorado, planning to leave for their camping trip the following morning. He said they'd received the permit confirmation earlier in the week and had been preparing for what was supposed to be their first backcountry camping experience. I explained that their permitted site was currently occupied by someone else and asked if they'd given permission for anyone else to use their reservation, or if they'd had any communication with other campers about sharing the site. Henderson was adamant that they'd never been to Yellowstone before, had no connections with other campers in the area, and had no idea who might be using a site reserved under their name. He asked if they should still plan to travel to the park for their scheduled trip, or if the site would be available for their use. I told him I'd need to investigate the situation further and would call back with guidance about whether to proceed with their planned visit. After ending the call, I sat in my office for a long time, trying to make sense of what I'd discovered. The Henderson family had a valid permit for Site 12, but they claimed they'd never been to the park. The site was occupied by someone who'd apparently been camping there for weeks, but there was no record of any other permits or authorizations for that location. I pulled up our complete reservation database and searched for any other permits that might apply to Site 12 during the time frame when the long-term camping had apparently been taking place. But the records showed that the site had been unoccupied for the previous month, with the Henderson reservation being the first booking since late August. I also checked for any maintenance or research activities that might explain the long-term presence at the site. But our maintenance records showed no scheduled work in that area, and I found no research permits that would authorize extended occupation of backcountry campsites. The next morning, I drove back out to Site 12 with 2 other rangers, planning to contact whoever was occupying the site and resolve the permit discrepancy. But when we arrived, the site was completely empty. Not just unoccupied, but cleared of all the equipment and gear I documented the previous day. The weathered tent, the elaborate camp setup, the semi-permanent installations, all of it was gone, leaving no trace that anyone had been camping there recently. The site looked exactly as it should have looked for incoming campers, clean, undisturbed, ready for the Henderson family to set up their camp for a weekend backcountry trip. But I had photos from the previous day showing the extensive long-term camping setup. I had detailed documentation of weathered equipment and semi-permanent installations that couldn't have been removed without leaving some trace of their presence. We searched the surrounding area for any sign of where the equipment might have been moved or stored, but found nothing. No vehicle tracks, no evidence that heavy gear had been transported out of the area, no indication that the site had been occupied by anyone for weeks or months. I called Michael Henderson that afternoon and told him that the site discrepancy had been resolved and that his family could proceed with their planned camping trip. I didn't mention the disappearance of the long-term camp setup, partly because I couldn't explain it, and partly because I didn't want to create unnecessary concern about site security. The Henderson family arrived at Site 12 on Saturday morning and had what appeared to be a perfectly normal weekend camping experience. When they checked out on Sunday, Michael Henderson stopped by my office to thank me for resolving the permit issue and to say that they'd had a great time at their first backcountry camping experience. But the whole situation continued to bother me. I documented clear evidence of long-term occupation at a site that our records showed had been empty, and then that evidence had disappeared completely between one day and the next. I started reviewing our permit database more carefully, looking for patterns or discrepancies that might explain what had happened at Site 12. What I found was disturbing. Over the past 5 years, there had been several similar incidents involving permits that didn't match the actual conditions found at campsites. Rangers had documented evidence of camping activity at sites that were supposed to be empty, or found sites empty when they were supposed to be occupied by permitted campers. In most cases, the discrepancies had been resolved quickly, often with the explanation that campers had changed their plans or that rangers had checked the wrong sites. But when I looked at the patterns more carefully, I found that certain backcountry sites seemed to have recurring permit problems that suggested systematic issues with our reservation system. Site 12 was one of the locations with the most frequent discrepancies. Over the past 3 years, rangers had reported finding evidence of long-term occupation at that site at least 6 times, always during periods when our records showed the site was supposed to be empty or occupied by short-term family camping trips. I also found that several permits associated with these discrepancies had been issued to families who later claimed they'd never actually visited the park, or who said their trips had been canceled or rescheduled for reasons they couldn't clearly explain. It was like our permit system was documenting camping trips that weren't happening, while actual camping activity was taking place at sites without any official authorization or record keeping. I decided to monitor Site 12 more closely, conducting weekly patrols during periods when it was supposed to be empty, according to our reservation records. What I found over the following months was a pattern that made me deeply uncomfortable. The site was occupied much more frequently than our permits indicated, always by the same type of long-term, semi-permanent camping setup I'd found during the Henderson incident. But whenever I scheduled official inspections or brought other rangers to document the situation, the site would be empty and undisturbed. It was like whoever was using Site 12 could somehow anticipate when official personnel would be checking the location and could clear out their equipment completely between one day and the next without leaving any trace of their presence. I also noticed that our permit applications for Site 12 continued to come from families who later claimed they'd never actually visited the park. Phone calls to confirm camping details often resulted in confusion, with permit holders saying they'd changed their minds about the trip or had never actually submitted the reservation request. But the permits were definitely being processed through our official system, with proper payment and documentation, suggesting that someone with access to camper information was submitting requests using other people's identities and contact details. I've been dealing with these permit discrepancies for over a year now, and I've stopped trying to find a conventional explanation. Site 12 continues to show evidence of long-term occupation during periods when it's supposed to be empty, and our reservation database continues to document trips by families who never actually visit the park. I've developed a system of informal monitoring that lets me track the actual usage patterns without triggering the disappearance of evidence that seems to happen whenever I conduct official inspections. And what I've learned is that Site 12 is occupied almost continuously by someone who understands our permit system well enough to manipulate it for their own purposes. Someone who can submit reservation requests using other people's information, process payments through our official system, and maintain a semi-permanent presence in the backcountry without appearing in any of our official records or documentation. Sometimes, when I'm processing new permit applications, I find myself wondering whether the people submitting the requests are actually planning to visit the park, or whether their information is being used by someone else to maintain unauthorized access to our backcountry areas, and whether our reservation system is protecting wilderness resources and camper safety, or providing cover for activities that we're not supposed to know about and that leave no official trace in our carefully maintained records. My name is Jake Morrison, and I've been working as a meteorologist for the National Weather Service for 14 years, specializing in remote weather station maintenance and data analysis across the Rocky Mountain region. It's technical work that requires understanding both atmospheric science and field engineering, installing and maintaining automated weather stations in locations that can be dozens of miles from the nearest road, and ensuring that the data they collect is accurate and reliable for weather forecasting and climate research. You learn to trust your instruments and to identify data anomalies that might indicate equipment problems or environmental interference. Weather stations are precision instruments that must operate reliably in harsh conditions, and part of my job is distinguishing between legitimate atmospheric phenomena and technical malfunctions that require field repairs. But in the autumn of 2023, I encountered data patterns from one of my remote stations that challenged everything I thought I understood about meteorological instrumentation and the relationship between equipment and environment. The Granite Peak Weather Station is located on a ridge at 9,200 feet elevation in the Beartooth Wilderness, about 18 miles from the nearest Forest Service road. It's one of our most isolated installations, accessible only by hiking trail and positioned to provide high-altitude weather data for avalanche forecasting and climate monitoring in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. I'd installed the station myself 3 years earlier, mounting the instrument package on a sturdy pole, anchored to bedrock, and configured to transmit data via satellite link every 6 hours. The location was ideal for weather monitoring an exposed ridge with unobstructed views in all directions. No vegetation or structures that might affect wind measurements or temperature readings. The station had been operating normally since installation, providing consistent data that matched expected patterns for high-altitude conditions. Temperature readings that reflected the extreme diurnal variation typical of mountain environments, wind measurements that captured the ridge effect acceleration of prevailing westerlies, precipitation data that correlated well with other stations in the region. But in early October, I started noticing anomalies in the temperature data that didn't match any weather patterns I could identify from satellite imagery or regional forecasting models. The station was reporting temperature readings that were too stable, too moderate, for an exposed high-altitude location. Instead of the dramatic temperature swings you'd expect on an open ridge, hot during sunny days, frigid at night, rapid changes with shifting weather systems. The readings showed the kind of moderated temperature variations you'd see from a sensor located inside a building. The pattern was subtle at first, just a dampening of the normal temperature extremes that made the ridge location seem less exposed than it actually was. But over several days, the anomaly became more pronounced, with temperature readings that clearly indicated the sensor was measuring indoor rather than outdoor conditions. Interior temperatures have a characteristic signature. They lag behind outdoor temperature changes, show less variation between day and night, and respond slowly to weather system passages. The Granite Peak Station was showing all of these characteristics, despite being mounted on an open pole in one of the most exposed locations in the region. I checked the data transmission system to make sure we weren't receiving corrupted signals or mixed data from multiple stations. But the satellite link was working normally, and the data was definitely coming from the Granite Peak location. The GPS coordinates, transmission timing, and system identification codes all confirmed that we were receiving legitimate data from the correct station. I also compared the readings with weather conditions I could observe from satellite imagery and regional weather models. When major storm systems passed through the area, other high-altitude stations showed dramatic temperature drops and wind speed increases, but Granite Peak continued to report the moderated conditions characteristic of an indoor environment. It was like the weather station was somehow measuring atmospheric conditions from inside a building that didn't exist at that location. I decided to hike out to the station and conduct a physical inspection, thinking that the instrument housing might have been damaged or that some kind of environmental factor was affecting the temperature sensor. Equipment problems are common with remote weather stations, and usually they can be resolved with field repairs or recalibration. The hike to Granite Peak takes most of a day, following an unmarked trail through steep terrain that requires good navigation skills and mountaineering experience. I'd made the trip several times for routine maintenance, and I was familiar with the challenges of accessing such a remote location. But when I reached the weather station site, I found something that made me question both my memory and my understanding of the area's geography. The weather station was positioned in the center of what appeared to be the foundation ruins of a large building. Concrete foundations, probably 40 feet by 60 feet, with the remains of interior walls and what looked like the footprint of multiple rooms. The weather station pole was mounted directly in what would have been the center of the main room, surrounded by foundation walls that rose about 3 feet above ground level. I'd installed the weather station myself 3 years earlier, and I had clear memories of selecting the location specifically because it was an open ridge with no structures or obstructions that might affect the measurements. But now, the station was obviously positioned within the ruins of a substantial building that would have provided significant protection from wind and weather. I walked around the foundation perimeter, trying to understand how I could have missed such obvious structural remains during my initial site survey. The concrete was weathered and cracked, with vegetation growing through the joints in ways that suggested the structure had been abandoned for decades. This wasn't recent construction that had appeared since my last visit. These were old ruins that should have been clearly visible when I selected the location. I also examined the weather station mounting system. The anchor bolts were secured directly into the foundation concrete, not into natural bedrock, as I remembered from the installation. The instrument housing was positioned to take advantage of the shelter provided by the foundation walls, protecting it from wind and precipitation in ways that would explain the indoor temperature readings. But I had no memory of installing the station within building ruins, and I couldn't understand how I could have made such a fundamental error in site selection for a weather station that was supposed to measure exposed high-altitude conditions. I spent several hours documenting the site with photographs and GPS measurements, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with my memories of the installation process. Then I hiked back out to research the history of the location and determine what kind of building had existed at the Granite Peak site. What I found in the historical records was both illuminating and disturbing. The foundation ruins were the remains of the Granite Peak Ranger Station, a remote fire lookout and weather monitoring facility that had been built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in 1938. The station had operated continuously for almost 40 years, providing fire detection services and weather observations for the Beartooth region. In 1976, the Ranger Station had been destroyed in a wildfire that burned over 50,000 acres of wilderness. The 2 rangers stationed there had been evacuated successfully, but the building and all equipment had been completely destroyed. The site had been abandoned after the fire, with no plans to rebuild due to the remote location and the availability of newer fire detection technology. According to the records, the Ranger Station ruins had been clearly visible for decades after the fire, serving as a landmark for hikers and a reminder of the area's history of wildfire activity. But I had no memory of seeing any building ruins when I'd selected the site for weather station installation 3 years earlier. I contacted my supervisor and explained the situation, describing the anomalous temperature data and my discovery of the building foundations. I also requested access to the original site survey documentation from the weather station installation to see if there were any records or photographs that might explain the discrepancy. The site survey files showed photographs of the installation process, including images of me mounting the weather station pole and configuring the instrument package. In every photograph, the station was clearly positioned within the concrete foundation ruins, exactly as I'd found it during my recent inspection. The documentation also included GPS coordinates and site description notes that specifically mentioned the foundation ruins and discussed how they might affect wind measurements and temperature readings. According to the official records, the decision had been made to position the station within the ruins because the shelter would provide more stable mounting conditions and protect the equipment from extreme weather, but I had no memory of any of this. I remembered selecting an open ridge location specifically to avoid environmental interference, and I remembered installing the station on natural bedrock in an exposed position ideal for high-altitude weather monitoring. I reviewed the 3 years of temperature data from the station, looking for patterns that might explain when the readings had started showing indoor characteristics. What I found was that the station had been reporting moderated, indoor-type temperatures from the very beginning of its operation. The data I'd been interpreting as normal high-altitude readings were actually consistent with measurements taken from inside a building. The station had never provided the exposed ridge data I thought it was collecting. It had always been measuring conditions influenced by the shelter and thermal mass of the building foundation. I'd been using this data for 3 years in weather forecasting and climate research, treating it as representative of exposed high-altitude conditions when it actually represented the microclimate created by concrete ruins in a mountain environment. I hiked back to the Granite Peak site several more times over the following months, trying to understand how my memory of the installation could be so completely different from the physical evidence and official documentation. Each time I visited, the foundation ruins looked exactly as they had during my initial investigation. Weathered concrete structures that had clearly been there for decades, with the weather station positioned to take advantage of the shelter they provided. But each time, I also experienced the same cognitive disconnect between what I was seeing and what I remembered about selecting and installing the weather station at that location. I started to research other weather stations I'd installed in the region, wondering if similar memory discrepancies might exist for other remote locations. What I found was troubling. Several of my weather station installations were positioned within or adjacent to historical structures that I had no memory of encountering during site selection. A station mounted on the concrete pad of an abandoned fire tower, another position next to the stone foundation of a miner's cabin from the 1880s. In each case, the historical structures provided environmental conditions that affected the weather measurements in ways that weren't apparent from the data alone. But that became obvious once you understood the physical context of the installation. And in each case, I had clear memories of selecting open, unobstructed locations that would provide ideal conditions for atmospheric monitoring. I've continued to maintain the Granite Peak weather station, but I've reclassified the data to reflect its actual environmental context, rather than treating it as representative of exposed high-altitude conditions. The readings are still scientifically valuable, but they represent a different type of microclimate than what I originally intended to monitor. I've also developed a more systematic approach to site documentation, taking extensive photographs and GPS measurements that can be verified against historical records and physical evidence, even when my memory of the installation process seems unreliable. But I still can't explain the fundamental disconnect between my clear recollections of installing weather stations in open locations and the physical evidence that they've always been positioned within or adjacent to historical structures that significantly affect their measurements. Sometimes, when I'm analyzing data from remote weather stations, I find myself wondering whether the instruments are measuring the atmospheric conditions I think they are, or whether they're documenting the persistent environmental effects of structures and activities that existed long before I arrived to install modern monitoring equipment, and whether the weather we think we're observing in remote wilderness areas is the natural atmospheric condition of those locations, or something influenced by human presence and construction that continues to affect local climate long after the people and buildings are gone. My name is Rob Castellanos, and I've been supervising trail construction and maintenance crews in the White Mountain National Forest for 17 years. It's methodical work that requires understanding both the technical aspects of sustainable trail design and the logistics of managing construction projects in remote wilderness areas. You learn to read topographical maps like blueprints, to plan routes that minimize environmental impact while providing safe passage for hikers, and to coordinate complex projects across terrain that can change dramatically with weather and seasons. Most importantly, you learn to keep track of survey markers, construction materials, and work sites across hundreds of square miles of forest. Trail construction requires precise surveying and systematic marking of proposed routes, and losing track of stakes or markers can delay projects for weeks while crews relocate reference points and reestablish construction boundaries. But during the summer of 2024, I started finding survey stakes in locations where no trail construction was planned or authorized. Stakes that appeared and disappeared according to patterns I couldn't predict or control, and that ultimately led me to discover the remnants of a project that had been abandoned for decades, under circumstances that no one wanted to discuss in detail. The first unauthorized stakes appeared in early June along a ridge system about 8 miles northeast of our main construction camp. I was conducting a routine survey of potential future trail routes when I noticed a line of orange survey stakes running along the ridge in a direction that didn't match any of our planned projects. The stakes were professional quality, properly installed with steel pins and bright flagging tape, positioned at regular intervals that suggested systematic surveying work. But according to our project maps and construction schedules, no surveying was supposed to be taking place in that area. I assumed another crew had made an error in their survey work, possibly extending a boundary line beyond their assigned area or misreading GPS coordinates. It happens occasionally when multiple crews are working in overlapping territories, and usually it can be resolved with a quick radio check to confirm work assignment. But when I radioed back to our project coordinator, he confirmed that no crews were assigned to work in the area where I'd found the stakes. All of our active projects were at least 5 miles away, and none of them involved ridge surveying that would require the kind of systematic marking I'd discovered. I documented the stake locations with GPS coordinates and planned to investigate further the next day. But when I returned to the ridge the following morning, the stakes were gone. Not moved to different locations, but completely removed, with no indication that they'd ever been there. The ground where I'd seen steel pins and flagging tape was undisturbed, showing no signs that survey markers had been installed and then pulled up overnight. I checked my GPS coordinates multiple times to make sure I was in the correct location, and I reviewed my notes and photographs from the previous day to confirm what I'd documented. But there was no physical evidence that unauthorized survey stakes had ever been placed along that ridge. Over the following weeks, I encountered the same pattern repeatedly. Survey stakes would appear in locations where no work was scheduled, always professionally installed and systematically positioned, always gone by the time I returned to investigate. The stakes weren't random or haphazard. They followed logical route alignments that showed clear understanding of trail design principles and topographical considerations. Whoever was placing them knew how to read terrain, how to plan sustainable trail routes, and how to execute systematic surveying work. But the work was being done without authorization, outside our project schedules, and by someone who could apparently install and remove survey markers without leaving any trace of their activities. I started documenting the stake locations more systematically, taking detailed GPS readings and photographs every time I encountered unauthorized survey work. What I found was that the stakes were outlining a comprehensive trail system that connected several ridge routes and valley approaches in a network that would provide excellent hiking opportunities if it were ever actually constructed. The surveying work was sophisticated and well-planned, taking advantage of natural terrain features to minimize environmental impact while creating sustainable grades and proper drainage. This wasn't the work of amateur hikers or unauthorized trail builders. It was professional quality surveying that demonstrated extensive knowledge of Forest Service trail construction standards. But it was also completely unauthorized and apparently being conducted by someone who could work invisibly, leaving no traces of their presence except for the survey markers themselves. I decided to set up monitoring equipment to try to document when and how the stakes were being installed. I positioned trail cameras at several locations where unauthorized markers had appeared, hoping to capture images of whoever was conducting the surveying work. The cameras recorded normal wildlife activity: deer, bears, various smaller animals using the ridge routes for travel corridors. But I never captured any images of people working in the areas, even during time periods when new survey stakes appeared between one day and the next. I also tried staying overnight in locations where I expected unauthorized survey work to take place, hoping to observe the installation process directly. But during nights when I camped near potential survey areas, no new stakes appeared. It was like whoever was doing the work could somehow detect when the areas were being monitored. After 2 months of encountering and documenting unauthorized survey stakes, I decided to research the GPS coordinates more thoroughly, hoping to find some explanation for the systematic nature of the surveying work. When I plotted all the stake locations on a comprehensive topographical map, I found that they outlined a complete trail system design that had been planned but never constructed. The unauthorized survey work was following the exact route of a proposed trail network that appeared in Forest Service planning documents from the late 1970s. According to the historical records, the Ridgeline Trail System had been designed as an ambitious project to connect several existing trail networks with new construction that would provide loop hiking opportunities and access to remote wilderness areas. The project had been approved for construction, and initial surveying had begun in 1979, but the project had been abandoned after the surveyor assigned to do the initial route mapping had disappeared during the early phases of fieldwork. The surveyor's name was Michael Chen, and according to the incident reports, he'd been conducting solo survey work along the proposed ridge routes when he failed to return to base camp as scheduled. Search teams had found his vehicle at the trailhead and some of his surveying equipment scattered along the proposed trail route, but Chen himself was never located. After an extensive search operation that continued for several weeks, Chen was declared presumed dead, probably the victim of an accident in remote terrain where his body couldn't be recovered. The Ridgeline Trail System project was canceled, partly due to the tragic loss of the surveyor and partly due to budget constraints that made the ambitious construction plan unfeasible. The proposed trail routes had remained in the Forest Service planning archives, but no further work had been done on the project for over 40 years. But someone was now completing the survey work that Michael Chen had started in 1979. I compared the GPS coordinates of the unauthorized stakes with the original survey plan from the abandoned project. The match was exact. Every stake location corresponded precisely with the planned trail route that Chen had been assigned to map before his disappearance. The unauthorized surveying work was systematically completing the job that had been left unfinished. When Chen vanished in the wilderness, while working alone on the same ridge systems, where I was now finding his survey markers disappearing, according to patterns I couldn't predict or control. I contacted the Forest Service archives and requested more detailed information about the original Ridgeline Trail System project and Michael Chen's disappearance. What I learned made the current situation even more unsettling. Chen had been an experienced surveyor who'd worked on trail projects throughout New England for over 15 years before his assignment to the Ridgeline system. He was known for meticulous work, systematic documentation, and ability to work alone in remote areas for extended periods. The equipment found after his disappearance included survey stakes, flagging tape, and marking tools that were identical to what I was now finding along the proposed trail routes. But the search teams had also found something unusual: survey stakes, positioned in locations that didn't match Chen's official work assignments, as if he'd been surveying additional routes beyond what the project required. The incident report suggested that Chen might have been expanding the scope of his survey work, possibly exploring alternative trail routes or extensions to the original plan that weren't part of his official assignment. Some of the search team members had reported finding survey stakes in remote locations that seemed inconsistent with Chen's last known position, but these reports were attributed to confusion during the search operation and the difficulty of coordinating multiple teams across extensive wilderness terrain. But according to the detailed descriptions in the search reports, the unauthorized stakes found during the 1979 search were positioned in exactly the same locations, where I was now finding survey markers appearing and disappearing 45 years later. I spent the rest of the summer documenting every unauthorized survey stake I encountered, building a comprehensive database that tracked locations, timing, and the systematic progression of the surveying work along the abandoned Ridgeline Trail System route. What I found was that someone was methodically completing Michael Chen's unfinished survey, working through the planned trail network in the same sequence that would have been logical for the original 1979 project. The work was being done with the same attention to detail and professional standards that had characterized Chen's documented survey work, using the same techniques and equipment types that were described in the original project files. But it was being done by someone who could work invisibly, leaving no traces except for the survey stakes themselves, and who could apparently anticipate when areas were being monitored and avoid detection during those periods. I continued my regular trail maintenance work, but I also began visiting the locations where Chen's equipment had been found during the 1979 search, hoping to find some additional evidence that might explain the connection between his disappearance and the current unauthorized surveying work. In a remote area where search teams had discovered some of Chen's original survey tools, I found a weathered survey stake that was different from the others I'd been documenting. Older flagging tape, faded but still attached, marking a position that corresponded exactly with the original 1979 survey work. The stake was positioned at what would have been a critical reference point for the Ridgeline Trail System, a location where multiple trail segments would have converged, and where precise surveying would have been essential for coordinating the overall construction project. According to the original project files, this was one of the last locations where Michael Chen had been scheduled to work before his disappearance. But the stake looked like it had been in place for decades, weathered by 40 years of mountain weather, but still marking the exact position required to complete the survey work that Chen had started in 1979. I've been back to that reference point several times over the past few months, and the weathered survey stake is always there, serving as a permanent marker for work that was never officially completed. But the newer stakes continue to appear and disappear along the proposed trail routes, always advancing the systematic survey work that would be required to turn Chen's original planning into a completed trail system. Sometimes, when I'm working alone in remote areas of the forest, marking routes for current trail construction projects, I find myself wondering whether the survey work I'm documenting will be completed by the crews I'm supervising, or whether it will remain unfinished like the Ridgeline Trail System, waiting for someone else to continue the methodical mapping work. Decades after the original surveyor disappears into the wilderness, he was trying to measure and mark for others to follow. My name is Patricia Valdez, and after 34 years as a backcountry ranger in Grand Teton National Park, I completed my final patrol on October 15th, 2024. 3 decades of maintaining trails, conducting search and rescue operations, and providing visitor services in some of the most remote and challenging terrain in the lower 48 states. It's work that becomes part of your identity. You learn to read weather patterns like a second language, to navigate by landmarks that exist only in your memory, and to make split-second decisions that can mean the difference between life and death for people who've gotten themselves into situations they can't handle alone. Throughout my career, I've maintained detailed patrol logs, documenting every interaction, every safety concern, and every significant observation from my time in the backcountry. Careful, record-keeping isn't just professional obligation. It's essential for tracking patterns, coordinating with other rangers, and ensuring that nothing important gets overlooked or forgotten in the complexity of wilderness management. But my final patrol became something I never expected. Something that made me question not just my memory and professional competence, but my understanding of what it means to have dedicated your life to protecting people in places where the line between safety and disaster can be measured in minutes and mistakes. The patrol was supposed to be routine, a symbolic final sweep through the areas I'd worked most intensively over the past decade. I'd planned a 4-day circuit that would take me through Cascade Canyon, up to Lake Solitude, and back through Paintbrush Canyon, familiar territory, where I'd conducted hundreds of patrols and knew every trail junction, every potential hazard, and every place where visitors typically needed assistance or guidance. October is a beautiful time in the Tetons, with the aspen leaves turned golden and most of the summer crowds gone, leaving the mountains to the serious hikers and the wildlife preparing for winter. It should have been a peaceful conclusion to my career, a chance to say goodbye to landscapes that had shaped my adult life and work that had given me purpose and satisfaction for over 3 decades. But from the first day of the patrol, I started encountering people who knew me in ways that didn't match my memory of our interactions. A couple I met near Inspiration Point thanked me enthusiastically for helping them find their way back to the trailhead the previous month when they'd gotten lost in fog near Hidden Falls. They described in detail how I'd guided them through the mist, helped them identify landmarks, and made sure they had adequate clothing for the unexpected weather change. But I had no memory of that encounter. I'd certainly patrolled the Hidden Falls area regularly throughout the season, and I'd helped many visitors with navigation and safety concerns, but I couldn't recall the specific incident they were describing with such gratitude and specificity. I thanked them for their kind words and continued my patrol, assuming that after 34 years of similar interactions, some individual encounters had blurred together in my memory. It happens to everyone who works with the public extensively. You help so many people that specific incidents become part of a general pattern rather than distinct memories. But over the following days, I encountered more people who thanked me for assistance I couldn't remember providing. A solo hiker who said I'd helped him repair his broken water filter near Bradley Lake. A family who described how I'd provided first aid for their daughter's sprained ankle on the Taggart Lake Trail and had helped them coordinate evacuation with park medical services. In each case, the people provided detailed descriptions of our interactions, thanking me by name for specific help that they said had made a significant difference in their safety and enjoyment of the park. But I had no memory of any of these encounters, despite the detailed and personal nature of the assistance they described. By the third day of my patrol, I was becoming genuinely concerned about my memory. Memory issues can be early signs of serious health problems, and forgetting significant professional interactions could indicate cognitive decline that might affect other aspects of my life and work. I decided to review my patrol logs for the past several months, hoping to find documentation of the encounters that people were describing. Throughout my career, I'd maintained the habit of recording all significant interactions with visitors, partly for official reporting purposes, and partly because detailed logs help identify patterns and potential problems that might not be obvious from individual incidents. What I found when I reviewed my logs was more disturbing than simple memory problem. The encounters that people had been thanking me for were all documented in my patrol logs, written in my own handwriting with the kind of detail and professional terminology that characterized my standard reporting practices. The lost couple near Hidden Falls, my log entry described guiding them through thick fog, providing them with emergency clothing from my pack, and ensuring they had adequate navigation tools for the return hike. The entry was dated exactly when they said the encounter had occurred, and it included specific details about weather conditions and their equipment that matched what they'd told me. The hiker with the broken water filter, my log documented, providing him with water purification tablets, showing him alternative water sources, and checking his overall preparedness for continued solo hiking. The family with the injured child detailed notes about providing first aid, assessing the injury, and coordinating with dispatch for medical evacuation support. All of these entries were written in my handwriting, using my standard documentation format, and they contained the kind of specific observations and professional language that I developed over 3 decades of wilderness patrol work. But I had no memory of any of these interactions or of writing these log entries. I went through my logs more systematically, checking every entry for the past 6 months. What I found was that approximately 30% of my documented patrol activities involved encounters and assistance that I couldn't remember providing. The pattern wasn't random or haphazard. The documented interactions showed the same level of professional competence and attention to detail that characterized my memorable patrol work. They involved appropriate responses to safety concerns, proper use of emergency protocols, and effective communication with visitors who needed assistance. But they were interactions that had apparently been conducted by someone else, using my name, my equipment, and my documentation system, while somehow having access to my official patrol logs to record detailed reports of activities I hadn't performed. I contacted my supervisor and explained the situation, describing the memory discrepancies and requesting guidance about potential health issues that might be affecting my cognitive function. I also asked whether other rangers might have been using my identification or filing reports under my name, possibly due to administrative errors or miscommunication about patrol assignments. But my supervisor confirmed that no other rangers were authorized to work my patrol areas or to file reports using my identification. He also reviewed the official copies of my patrol logs and confirmed that they contained the same entries I'd found in my personal documentation, all apparently written in my handwriting and filed according to proper procedures. He suggested that I might be experiencing stress-related memory issues connected to my impending retirement, and that the transition from a career that had demanded constant alertness and decision-making might be causing some psychological adjustment problems. That seemed like a reasonable explanation, and I was prepared to accept that my final patrol had been affected by retirement anxiety and the emotional difficulty of ending a career that had defined my adult identity. But on the final day of my patrol, I encountered something that made a psychological explanation seem insufficient. I met a family near Jenny Lake who thanked me for a rescue. I couldn't remember helping their teenage son, who had fallen while scrambling on rocks near Cascade Canyon and suffered a potentially serious head injury. They described in detail how I'd provided emergency medical care, coordinated helicopter evacuation, and stayed with them until Park Medical Services arrived to transport their son to the hospital. According to their account, the rescue had taken place just 2 days earlier, on the second day of my final patrol. They said the incident had lasted several hours and involved extensive coordination with dispatch, medical personnel, and helicopter pilots. But I remembered the second day of my patrol clearly. I'd hiked to Lake Solitude, conducted routine trail maintenance, and documented normal wildlife observations. I'd encountered several groups of hikers, but all of them had been having routine, uneventful visits with no safety concerns or need for assistance. I definitely hadn't been involved in a major rescue operation that would have required hours of emergency response, coordination, and helicopter evacuation. When I checked my patrol log for that day, I found a detailed entry describing exactly the rescue operation the family had described. The entry included specific medical observations, detailed coordination with dispatch and medical personnel, and follow-up information about the successful evacuation of the injured hiker. The entry was written in my handwriting, using proper medical terminology and emergency response protocols, and it contained the kind of specific technical details that would only be available to someone who had actually conducted the rescue operation. But I had clear memories of spending that entire day alone, conducting routine patrol activities with no emergency incidents or significant interactions with visitors. I was apparently living 2 different versions of the same patrol, one that I remembered experiencing, and another that was being documented in my official logs by someone who was using my identity and professional skills to conduct rescue operations I had no knowledge of. I completed my final patrol and submitted my logs according to standard procedures. But I've continued to think about the discrepancies between my memories and my documentation of those final 4 days in the backcountry. I've also started paying attention to thank you letters and commendations that arrive at park headquarters, noting how many of them reference assistance provided by rangers who don't remember the specific incidents being described. It's possible that the intensity and repetitive nature of wilderness patrol work creates memory problems that are more common than anyone wants to acknowledge. After 34 years of similar encounters, maybe individual rescue operations and visitor assistance incidents become impossible to distinguish from the overall pattern of professional service. But it's also possible that effective wilderness protection requires a level of commitment that transcends the conventional boundaries of memory and individual identity, creating forms of professional presence that operate independently of conscious awareness or personal recollection. During my exit interview, my supervisor asked whether I had any final observations about the challenges and rewards of backcountry ranger work. I told him that the wilderness demands everything you have to give, and that sometimes it takes more than you remember giving. He nodded and made a note in my personnel file, probably assuming I was speaking metaphorically about the physical and emotional demands of the work. But sometimes, when I'm at home now, adjusting to retirement and the absence of patrol responsibilities, I find myself wondering whether there are still versions of me conducting patrols in the Tetons, helping visitors who need assistance, documenting rescue operations in logs that will never be reviewed by the person who supposedly wrote them, and whether the mountains themselves have a way of ensuring that people get the help they need, regardless of whether the rangers providing that help remember giving it.